I've got 8:45 on the dot, so we will go ahead and get started with our first presenter
Michelle,
for
you got the books?
K-5 Elementary Science. I'm going to turn the floor over to Accelerate STEM Scopes and let them talk about their product.
Good morning. My name is Krista Stringfellow. I am the account executive, and joining me today is Michelle Farrell, our academic specialist.
Good morning.
So we're going to spend a good hour with you guys, walking you all through our program, giving you some history of our program, and then we've also got an exciting activity for you guys to participate in. Where are my K2 teachers? Okay, all right, just want to be able to put eyes on you guys. So typically, it's always an ideal situation to have the K2 separated from the 3-5, because we don't want the K2 to feel like they're being forgotten about. So what I'm going to do is I put forth a very concerted effort to do a nice blend so that you guys are not forgotten about, but then also you all are able to see and understand the platform through both lenses for K2 and 3-5. Okay, so I do like to walk around a little bit. I like to roam, so I don't want you guys to think that I'm watching you pay bills online or anything, because that's not the case. I just like to kind of roam around. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. And you guys just kind of tell me to move if I'm in the way. We tend to think of ourselves as the OGs of the constructivist approach. We've been doing it for 10 plus years, and what we stand firmly on is that our program was built by teachers for teachers. Some of those components is that we are 100% aligned, fully aligned to the Florida State academic standards. You'll also see that we use engaging phenomenon. How many of you guys are actually familiar with STEM scopes? Okay, all right, so for those of you who are familiar, you're going to see a brand new digital platform, and you'll also see that we have progress monitoring tools. You'll hear me talk about this often because the goal is to make sure that students are also progress monitoring their own work as well. As teachers, we have an accountability. So we want the students to be able to have that same type of accountability when it comes to the work that they're producing. And we also focus on differentiation. So just kind of shout out to me, what are some things that you would like to see in your new curriculum? User-friendly.
Technology.
Technology. That's user-friendly. Somebody's old school in here. What else would you guys like to see? I'm sorry?
Yep, got them.
Okay, she got it. Okay. Anyone else? Hands-on activities.
Digital and like
A blend of digital and print.
virtual labs
Virtual labs.
and hands-on, just in case you don't have time to do hands-on.
Okay. So you want an option. If you can't get to do it digital, you want to be able to do it physically hands-on. Does it have to be the same activity, or are you just good with having an explore, or I already gave something away. Are you good with just having a hands-on and then a virtual, even though they may not be the same activity?
As long as it touches the concept, there's supposed to be
Okay, perfect. What else?
Rigor.
Rigor.
Cross-disciplines.
Cross-discipline. So some cross-curriculum activities where it's not just streamlined for just science. I can go home, man. We got all of this for you guys. Differentiation. A variation of assessments. I'm so excited.
assessment bank.
An assessment bank. Yes.
Does the online platform read to the kids?
The ability to have the online platform read it, so accessibility features. Okay. All right, we got a good start here. So I'm going to walk you guys through, and then I'm going to pinpoint these things that you guys have expressed that you have an interest in seeing in your new curriculum. So some of the key components in our program is that, again, it is standards aligned. You'll see that we do focus on the 5E, that's engage, explore, explain, evaluate, and elaborate. We also have an I for intervention and an A for acceleration. So we do a 5E plus IA. We have hands-on activities. We do differentiate. We have an assessment bank. It is available in English and in Spanish, and then you'll also find that we have the flexibility of having our program in both print and in digital materials. So let's take a look at our print and digital materials. So I'm going to talk through them, and Michelle's going to kind of populate them up so that you guys can see what they look like. So for our K2, we offer you guys the student notebook. Michelle's going to show you guys that.
And this is what our student notebooks for K2 are scope booklets. So great for those tiny little hands. You notice that it's really small, so you get one of these per unit, per scope. And it has both your interactive science notebook and our nonfiction active reader at the back. So that's our student notebook. You get one of these per student for the life of the adoption per scope.
We also provide our science readers.
So we have science readers that have different levels, as well as teacher cards with before, during, and after activities that you can do with your students using our fun 5E characters that we're going to talk about in a little bit.
No, this is for K2. And then we also provide for teachers, we have the interactive story cards.
And this, for K2, those interactive story cards, this is where you're going to be introducing your natural phenomenon or your natural phenomena to the students when you're doing all of your activities. So on one side it has the image, and then on the back is what you would read to them. These are both digital, and you can get them in print.
We provide also the read alouds.
Again, a fun little book at the end of each scope where we have a read aloud utilizing our 5E characters that are all new this year, that the students can just kind of sum up what they've learned in that scope or unit of study.
And just to go a little bit in depth, these are our new characters that we're introducing, and these characters will be with the students taking them on their journey through the 5 E's. So we have Quincy the quail, we have Eli the emu, we have Hanan the hedgehog, we have Tasmeen the tortoise, we have Chelsea the cheetah, and then we have Wally the walrus. Tricky. Okay. So again, Michelle talked to you guys. This is what that interactive, the student notebook looks like for K2. This is just to give you guys a glimpse of what it looks like. And this is our science library that we provide. Michelle popped those up for you guys to see them as well. And we have this available in English and Spanish.
So you get 6 of each copy of all of our different sets.
And again, it's available in print and in digital. So when you start thinking about students at an early age learning their learning modalities, a student that is a visual learner may want to be able to physically look at it in front of them versus a tactile learner may want to navigate through on the digital side. So we give you guys the option and the autonomy to be able to identify how you want to meet the needs of your individual students and how they learn. The interactive story cards, just to show you guys those again. And we also provide the literacy resources with real-world connections. These are our read-alouds. And this is just to give you guys a visual, just in case you guys couldn't see it when Michelle was holding it up. And we also provide what's called Kade. We have a partnership with Kade out of Finland, and this is going to be included with the adoption that we actually give to you guys to use with your K2 learners. It is a story-based, playful inquiry lesson that works with any curriculum. And if you guys have any little ones that are familiar with Gabby's Dollhouse, Kade actually had a partnership with them through Netflix where they were creating the lessons for them to use. And that's included with the adoption. Now, yes?
So would that be a link on your platform or a different platform you have to go?
Oh, it'll be a link. Yes. Okay, and so then we have the student notebook. Now, this is for our 3-5 learners. For our 3-5 learners, we provide you guys with the student notebook. And this is going to be your consumable that you get year over year for the life cycle of the adoption.
I'm holding up grade 3 just so you can see.
And this is going to include those hands-on explorations. You'll also find that within there, we've got labs embedded with CER for the claims, evidence, reasoning. You'll also see that we've got vocabulary and reading strategies. And within there, you're going to see that we provide a stop and jot. That is an opportunity for students to do a check for understanding as they're working through the lesson. Because again, we want the students to be able to navigate through the program, but we don't want any surprises when they get to the end of a lesson and they say, I don't get it. So the goal is to have the students to continuously do a check for understanding, and we are able to monitor their learning every step of the way. Now, our student book is called the STEMscopedia. This is going to be the hardcover book that you're going to receive. And that's going to include, as they work through the lessons, an opportunity to think about it. Let's reflect on what you've done up to this point in your learning. You'll see, again, I just mentioned those checks for understandings. That's what it looks like.
That little notebook icon right here, so that indicates to them, oh, I need to go to my science notebook to answer that question.
And you're going to find that repeatedly throughout the lesson. So it's not just one check for understanding and then we move forward. They move to the next segment of a lesson. It's the same lesson. They're going to have an additional check for understanding. And the goal is to have them to see those checks for understanding repeatedly throughout each of the lessons.
So can we pause just a minute, just for clarity? In the adoption, you get a set of the hard book, so just so everybody's clear, the STEMscopedia is like the text. And then the notebook is, they get a new one for students. to
That's the
write
consumable,
Every
yes.
year.
every year.
But do we get a class set of the STEMscopedia?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the class set? Like what number
Well,
of class?
every class. We'll base that.
Regardless, okay,
We
okay.
can clear that up with Ryan.
Okay.
But yes, the STEMscopedia is something that would stay in the class.
This is your book.
Although they have, all of that is also online. That's what I'm
Okay,
Yep.
but our issue was like with Analytic Orange, social studies, we do not have, we have like 4 or 5 of the hard copy books per class.
Okay.
We
We'll
need to
clar-
know that we're gonna get a set
set
for
of those.
everybody.
We will clarify that with Ryan when he gets back.
Okay? All right, and then of course at the end of the STEMscopedia, we also provide a glossary of terms. We provide also we have the support kits or the student kits, which is going to be the hands-on and the consumable. And we also, within that, we provide a physical handbook for you guys to use with the lessons as you're navigating and using the kits.
What's really cool about that hands-on kit handbook, it's new for us, we haven't used it in our previous products, is that you can see on the picture there, we have looking ahead. So we have for you what you need to do weeks ahead of time, and then what is included by picture, the amount, and a description, and then what you would need to provide, which might be like tape, string, things you can get at an easy, local, cheap store, so that you're just getting things that we think in your kits that are necessary that you might not be able to find easily.
But are those replaced every year?
That's up to your district. We do have, so that's the original, there's 3 of them. There's one for Earth, one for Life, one for Physical. And then the 2nd through 5th or 4th years, you could do a replacement consumable kit is what we call it. And it just replenishes what's in there. And that's, again, you'll have to discuss that with Ryan.
And now we offer for K2 today, for our 3 through 5, we're actually going to provide STEMscope streaming. And so this is going to be a platform where students will be able to navigate through, watch videos. It may be up-to-date videos. You may find also just a variety of different articles. That way the students are going to have another way to identify and navigate through new phenomenon. Now, for our teacher guide, and this is for all grades, grades K through 5, what you're going to find is it does work like sort of a guide. You'll see that you're going to find details where you can facilitate and begin to plan your lessons. You'll also see where we provide facilitation tips. These are some recommendations on how you may want to take the lesson to the next level. You'll also see that we've got a place for you guys to do some journaling. Let's watch and navigate to see how well this lesson is doing. And then once you've gotten through with the lesson, there's an opportunity for you to reflect and enhance. How well did the lesson work? What do I need to change? What can I do differently the next time that I introduce this lesson? And you're going to find this in all of the teacher guides for grades K through 5. So some of our features, we do have the ability for both students and teachers to have, just with the click of a button, the access to Spanish functionality. We talked about the accessibility features. We do have this available for students as well. The students can go in and actually do this themselves. And then it's a situation where when we talk about key features, we talk about text to speech. We also provide a highlighting tool. And then there's an option where students can actually do some note taking when they're using the accessibility features.
And to add on to those accessibility features, we also have students can change the font, the font type, the font size, the font color. They can change the contrast of the screen. So for visual impaired students, if they need to have a darker contrast, they can change how fast the text speaks to them. They can even, like your Garmin, change who's talking to them. So they can change the voice. There's many different things that the students can do.
Can we lock those features?
That's something we'd have to check into. They're not going to find it unless you show them how to get into it. It's just FYI, so you probably won't have to worry about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Is that available on anything that the students can access online, whether it's
Yes,
reading text
accessibility.
or formative assessment,
Yes.
that always pops up. So they always have read alouds.
Yes, it will read to them. It might not, if it's a video, it's not going to highlight possibly the text unless there's a visual. Yeah. So because we have to be WCAG 2.1 AA compliance, we have all of those. Yeah. We have to meet that compliance.
And we also play nice with the majority of rostering and LMS integration systems. So let's take a look at our student platform. When the students log in, they're going to have access to all of the scopes that you assign. So whatever you assign, that's what they're going to have access to. And it's easy for them to go into a scope. All they have to do is just simply click on the scope tile.
And Chris is using the term scope. Scope for you could be chapter, it could be unit of study. That's just
Lesson.
because we're STEM scopes, they're called scopes.
See what we did there with the whole
Yeah.
scope? You'll also see that students have the option to go in and they can view and they can actually review and they can assess their learning as they're going along the way. Here's the thing, as teachers, we have an accountability and we track and monitor and progress student learning. So we want the students to be able to have that same component in place so that they can be able to look and identify and monitor their own learning. It's never too early to introduce students to the accountability tool. I have a son that's a freshman in college, and he just got finished with his first semester. He's back down in North Carolina. And last semester, he got 2 A's, 2 B's, and a C. What's going on with the C? And he's like, Mom, it was one of his online classes. He said, Mom, I kid you not, those 3 assignments that he gave me a 0 for, they were not on the blackboard. So I'm like, okay, here we go. He already started, first semester. And he's like, no, seriously. He's like, they were not there. He said, why would I go and do all of the work where he got a perfect score on every assignment with the exception of his final where he got a 17 out of 20. So he's like, Mom, why would I do all of that work just not to do 3 more assignments? And I was like, okay, well, you've got to contact the professor. We're in the real world now, people. So he contacts the professor and the professor says the grade stands. So he gets into this big frenzy and is like, Mom, I can show you. And he showed me emails from one of his other teacher's class where he was having problems with Blackboard. So he is right now still fighting for the change of that grade. He's back at school. He met with the professor. He's talked to the associate dean. He's talked to the chairperson because he's like, I really didn't have those assignments. So they're calling it negligence. So he's fighting for his grade. The point is, he's done all this work. He's tracked and monitored his work. He's happy with the results. This is what we want the kids to do. We want them to have that accountability piece, because once they are able to track and monitor, that's where the aha moments come. They begin to get it. It begins to click for them. They're like, okay, I'm doing well in this class. If I'm not doing well, let me talk to my teacher to understand what have I done wrong. So we want the kids to have that accountability piece as well. So we have this tracking tool in place for the students, even as early as our kindergartners, to be able to see what they're doing as they're working through each of the lessons. And of course, we've made grading easier for you all as the teacher. You can go in and you can grade by an individual student. You can go in and grade by one question, all questions. We also have filtering and sorting features available for you as well, because we want to give you back your teacher time so that you're able to focus on some of the more important things than having to go in and do. Not saying that the grading is not important, but saying that we have this feature available where we give you back some of your teacher time. And we have an assessment package. Now, in the past, those of you who are familiar with our product, this was a separate purchase in the past. For the adoption, it is now included. This is going to include those beginning of the year, end of the year assessments. You'll see that the questions are designed to meet the rigor for the Florida State assessments. And you'll also find that teachers can go in and search by standard. You can make your own assessments from our bank of questions. I think I heard somebody mention a bank of questions. And you'll also see that we include the technology enhanced features that the students are going to see when they begin to take the state assessment online. So now for our 5th grade teachers, you will also be able to access grades 3 through 5 benchmarks to help you prepare your students for the assessment.
What's
I'm seeing
great
the head
about
nods.
Yeah. What's great about our beginning of year and end of year assessments for our grade 5 teachers especially, grade 5, you have 3rd grade and 4th grade benchmark questions on your beginning of year and end of year assessment, so that when they come into your room in August, you get some baseline data to see where you can plug in those 3rd and 4th grade benchmarks throughout your year, because we know you end up teaching 3 years of benchmarks, right? 3 years of standards. Every other grade, 3rd grade, kindergarten, 1st grade, you have just your grade level benchmark questions. But like Krista said, you do have access to our test bank, and anyone can access K through 5. So 5th grade teachers, you want to go to a 3rd grade scope and get the Behavior Light lab that we're going to do today to reinforce for Behavior of Light, you can do that, even though you're a 5th grade teacher.
Okay, so now let's go into the digital platform.
You're going to love it.
I was trying to figure out what's the best place for me to
So
stand.
just while she's doing that, okay, she's got it.
Well, go ahead. What are you about to
Just
say?
while she's doing that, I just wanted you to know that in your folders, when you open your folder, on the left-hand pocket, there's a sticker, and that's going to tell you how to access our platform. So you'll go ahead and be able to access the platform that way. Once you do, and you create your username and password, you're going to go in and you're going to get to what we call the dashboard, and that's where Krista is right now. She's on the dashboard.
All right, so somebody had a question? Oh, okay. All right, so we're going to go into the scopes. Remember, a scope is just a chapter or a lesson.
One moment, Krista. You'll also find what we did for you is we completed the rubric for you, so you could see where everything is located, just to make your lives a little easier. We know how tedious it can be when you're doing 3 or 4 in a day, just trying to find where everything is. So some people were just noticing that. I just wanted to call it out. Yeah.
All right, great. All right, so we're going to, once you come into the dashboard, you can click on and identify your grade. We're going to start with 3rd, but I promise you, my K2, we have not forgotten about you guys.
We're going to go there.
Teacher screen.
Yes, this is teacher screen. So when you come in, we're going to go to a 3rd grade lesson. And please forgive me, I'm trying to navigate while watching. We're going to look at Behavior of Light.
And we chose Behavior of Light for you specifically because it's a third grade benchmark, so that's one grade level we're showing. And then on the grade 5 test, we know that that's something students struggle with, right? On the statewide science assessment. So we're going to go ahead and do focus on that today.
So the screen is large. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can minimize. That's not going to help. Okay, I'll just populate it so you guys
Did
can
you do
see
the
it.
circle, the 3 dot circles? Yeah.
Oh, it's at 100%. Let me just. Can you guys still see that? Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. So, oh Jesus, let me see. All right, so when you first log in, this is what we call our home page. That's going to include the content standards that are being used, essential questions when we want to talk about the inquiry-based learning, and then you'll find that we've got student learning objectives, and with those learning objectives, what you're going to see is that they are written in student-friendly language. These are also going to be used for the progress monitoring tool. And we provide the spiral opportunities for to spiral to additional scopes. Now, over here on the left side, this is what we call the scopes resources, and all of these features are also found in the print version of your teacher edition.
So if you don't want to lug home your thick teacher guide, you have access to it online as well.
Now, with our teacher background, this is going to give you as a teacher an understanding of the science content that's being used, and this is for each of the lessons. So whether you are a novice teacher that's just getting started in the world of science, or you are a veteran teacher that's looking to elevate your lessons, this is going to be an excellent starting point. For the standards, we actually give you an in-depth look at the standards, which is going to include the nature of science standards. We also provide the related access points for those students with cognitive disabilities. And if you scroll a little bit further down, we also provide, here's those I can statements that the students are going to see. You're going to see me mention this frequently because this is that progress monitoring tool that we want the students to be able to have access to and become familiar with it. Our vertical alignment, this is going to show teachers where the students are coming from the previous grades with their learning, as well as a flash forward to let us see where they're going to go with their learning. And we also provide the Florida Best Math MTR standards, the Florida Best ELA EE standards, as well as the English Language Development standards. Now, science outside of the classroom. This is actually a feature that students will take this home to share with their parent or guardian. So this is an opportunity for parents to be fully aware of what students are working on while they're in the class. And what's great about this is it doesn't just give them an overview, but if you scroll down to the bottom, you're going to see that there's actually an activity included for the students to do in the home setting with their parent or guardian. Now, our question prompts, this is going to be a feature of questions that teachers are going to be able to pull from throughout the entire lesson. Again, we're checking for understanding, and this is a tool that you can use with your students throughout each of the lessons. And so because we use Bloom's taxonomy and Webb's depth of knowledge, you're going to find that these questions range from the simple questions to the more complex questions.
I know
Okay.
someone was saying that was something they wanted, so just pointing
Check.
that out.
Check. Okay, all right, let's look at our 5 E's. We first start out with engage, and this is where we're going to have an idea to see what skills or what understanding are the students already coming to us with. So you're going to have 2 formative assessments. You'll have an APK, which is accessing prior knowledge, and then you'll have a 5-question pre-assessment. Now, both can be done print or digital, and what you'll find is with the pre-assessment, this is just going to be, again, an opportunity, this is the digital version, for you to be able to see what skills the students are coming to you equipped with and where they're going to begin with their learning. For the accessing prior knowledge, or APK, here we're going to click on the file. And this is the activity that the students will work on in class. And sometimes it may be in a group or it may be individually. But the goal is for you to be able to identify what skill the student is already coming to you equipped with. And once they've worked through both the pre-assessment and the APK, this is going to give you an opportunity to identify misconceptions. It'll also give you the opportunity to begin to plan for tiered instruction. You'll see that we've got tiered intervention strategies. We have tiers 1, 2, and 3, as well as you'll see that we have the language support at the different proficiency levels. Also under the Engage, we provide the scope phenomenon. This is going to be a quick video. It doesn't have any sound, but the goal of the video is for us to have engaging conversations with the students, again, to pique their curiosity, pique their interest, and then also identify their learning and understanding in terms of where they are at this moment. And we use real-world connections when they're using the scope phenomenon. We provide all of the materials, and then again, you'll see that we've got the language, the differentiation, and you'll find that embedded throughout each of the stages of the lesson. Now, you've heard me talk a couple of times about the progress monitoring tool. Again, this can be print or digital. And you'll see with the progress monitoring tool, the students are going to have 3 different opportunities to go in and access the progress monitoring tool to use it. We're going to have them to use it during the pre-assessment, during the pulse check, which I'll talk about here shortly, and through the scope assessment. And this is where they would use those I can statements. Now, moving into the Explore, this is where all of your activities are going to be. We can go ahead and put a check for this because someone asked about having the option to have virtual Explore or virtual labs versus having them to do the physical. So this is where we would find that at. We've got the What Do You See? And so that's actually the activity that we're about to do right now. We're going to take you guys through a hands-on activity really quickly just so that you guys can have a chance to see it, and then I'll come back and talk about the virtual, which is in the form of a simulation.
So like Krista said, for every scope, you get at least 1 hands-on lab and you get a virtual lab. Some scopes you have 2 hands-on or 3 hands-on. It just depends on how many benchmarks are attached to that scope or how complex that benchmark is, and we need to have multiple experiential learning time in order for them to master it. So today, we chose, like I said, the behavior of light, and we would have started off this whole entire unit with that cup that Krista showed. If she would have played the video, it would have had a spoon in it, and we would have had the students observe. What do you notice? What do you observe? And just at the beginning, just to get them kind of excited and get their thinking about what's in it, and you can see it here. Oh, it's doing the accessibility features right now. I was wondering what was going on. So we're going to do a modified version of the hands-on that we've included. So this scope includes 2 benchmarks. Observe that light travels in a straight line, and then also that light can be reflected, refracted, or absorbed, right? So to start this out, we would have students do a quick little doodle. I'm not having you doodle it, but I'm just going to say some of the questions. So what are some light sources that you can think of right now? Just some light sources. Again, students would be doodling, but we're just going to verbally call them out. Some light sources. What are some light sources you know? The sun, a lamp, a flashlight, okay. And have you ever noticed how does the light travel when you see the light? Anyone? Straight? Okay.
It's too early.
What happens when light travels through water? Have you ever observed that? What do you notice? What would happen? And then another question might be, what would happen if the light went through, shone on a tree, on the trunk of a tree? What would happen? Just to get them thinking, so you can get some prior knowledge also right before the assessment. So what we're going to need to do for this activity, I need 1 person from your table to be the light source, and everyone should have a light source if you have a phone, a smartphone, that has a flashlight on it. So if 1 person could be the flashlight, the light source. Okay, and then I need another person from the table to pick up your white cardboard and shine the light up pretty close to the white cardboard and we're going to do it. We're going to do it together. Normally, the kids would do this on their own, but so what do you observe about that light on that card stock? What's happening with that light? Go ahead and shout it out. Do you see the light on the cardstock? Yes. What is it? What shape is it in? It's circular. Okay. What happens if you move the light away and towards it? Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. So now what I'd like for you to do is predict. If I used this frame and I shone the light source on the frame, what would happen to the light on this? And then what would happen? So what can I have this for a second? What I need you to hold it like this and have someone shine the light source real fast. So put this, behind it. What happened? Do you see? You put you need two people. There's no way you can do it on your own. I appreciate it though.
Through it.
This is going here.
Yeah, behind it.
But make some space a little bit, please. Use two hands. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna.
You want to be able to see the light.
Right. All right. All right. What happened to that light? What happened to the light on the foil? It stopped at the foil, but what happened? It blinded someone. It did something, right? I'm not going to say. We'll hear. Okay, it did something. And then the students would do the same thing with the transparent. So without doing it, what would happen if the light went through this? Would you see it on the? Would you see it on the white paper? Is that your prediction? And then if you were to predict again with the black construction paper, would you see the light on the white cardstock? That's your prediction. And then I also have, this has 3 different activities to it. Another activity for this is have the students observe what's happening to the pencil in the water. So quickly, what's happening to that pencil in the water? What do you observe? It looks bigger. What else? Bent. Broken. Okay? So that's another lab that they do. And then we have yet another one with a mirror and the smiley face, and they hold the mirror and the smiley face together. Now, to go along with all those, we have those interactive science notebook pages that are in the student notebook that you get, 1 per student for every 5 years. And I printed them for you so you can see. This is a little foldable that they would do in their science notebook, and then just different data recording sheets. But for time's sake, we're gonna move on. That was like a whole science class lesson, very modified for you.
So that would be the hands-on. And so now this is what the virtual would look like. So now keep in mind, this is a simulation that the students can work through digitally. So they're having to travel to get this flashlight all the way to the end. And these are the objects that they're going to use. What do you guys think I should use for A?
So we need to get the light source to A and then go from A to B. What medium?
The clear.
You want the water?
The water or the mirror?
Mirror?
Let's go
All
with
right.
the mirror.
So I'm not, okay.
So move it over. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so that's correct. We're still moving quickly. What's next?
So we need to get the light source from B to C.
The water? The mirror? Uh-oh. Water? You hear the sound that it makes when they get it incorrect?
Okay, and now we need to get this light source from C to D.
We wanted to stop with the brick wall. So you see it's an activity, simulation for them to work through. And when they get it incorrect, they'll hear that sound and they keep trying until they get it correct. But you, of course, you might want to monitor that because you don't want the kids to go down a rabbit hole where they're just playing with it. So we do want to make sure. I know how students can be. I was in the classroom. But this is that virtual simulation that we provide for students as well.
Then you can have your kids design their own light maze after that, right? And give them, it has to reflect so many times. It has to refract so many times.
Yes.
How easy is, so when I'm doing my science lessons on the board, I'm constantly copying and pasting to Google Translate. I see English.
She's going to show you.
I switch to
Yes, thanks
Oh,
for
you
that
wanna see it real
segue.
quick?
So she's just clicking one button, and the entire platform is now Spanish. Now, if a student completes their assignments in Spanish, you could view it in English and see their answers in English. It'll translate it back.
Quick click. Okay, so let's move on now to the explain. So we've talked about the interactive science notebook. Remember we showed you guys the STEMscopedia and you guys had questions about the a class set. So if you want, you have the option to print out the entire lesson for students to navigate through. Remember I talked about the think about it. Remember I
the
mentioned
seal?
those
Look at
checks
that.
for understanding? And you're going to find those checks for understanding throughout the entire lesson. And then you'll also see that we provide what's called a scientist in the spotlight. Trying to get to the bottom. Or a STEM career. Those are going to be the two options. You may either see where they are reading about a scientist and some of the works that they've done in the world of science, or they may read about a STEM career, which is going to let them know what the salary is, what kind of degree is required, because it's never too early for the students to start thinking about their future and things that they may want to do. We also provide picture vocabulary. The picture vocabulary is available in digital and in print. So if you guys wanted to post up your picture vocabulary and use it as a word wall, we provide for you the picture vocabulary as well.
How many of you use word walls? Yeah, they're great.
And here is the post check. This is going to be that mid-scope assessment because we want to be able to identify how well the students are working up to this point in the lesson. So the scope assessment is going to be, again, a 5-question assessment, just a quick check-in to see how well the students are doing with the lesson as they're navigating through. And this one actually does provide a technology-enhanced item question. This is what we would call a multi-select. So there's more than one response for them to provide. Now, the elaborate, this is where we're going to see that cross-curriculum or cross-disciplines. I heard somebody mention that as well. When we want them working to do other activities that are aligned to science, but also in different curriculum areas or content areas. So, for instance, we provide the math connection.
How many of you are trying to increase data literacy with your students? These are great to help with that. So they're going to be reading tables, analyzing tables, creating tables or graphs in some cases. So that math connection is wonderful.
And then they've got the data analysis questions.
And we have
at
that
the end.
K5.
We also provide Science Today. And this, again, is in print or digital. And you'll see that we provide it at 2 different levels. You can either present it to students on level or below level. And you'll find that once you go in, we this is actually going to be, we have a partnership. We actually have a partnership with Associated Press. So students have an opportunity to read a passage, and then while they are reading their passage, they have a chance to actually annotate the text. So this is going to allow the students the opportunity to monitor their learning while they're reading. And then we move to the evaluate. In the evaluate, there are going to be 2 summative assessments. You're going to have the claims, evidence, reasoning, and you're going to have the scope assessment. The claims, evidence, reasoning, this is the CER. This is going to be an opportunity for students to, let's see, it's taking a little time.
How many of you utilize CERs, claim evidence reasoning? So the students are given a data set, right? They're given a scenario, then an external data set, and then they're provided with a prompt. They have to make a claim to answer that prompt and then answer it with evidence using the data that was provided, and then their reasoning or their justification, their scientific reasoning. So you really know if a student has mastered that concept if they're completing a claim evidence reasoning.
So it could be a delay with the internet, but just so, as Michelle said, and they'll see this in each of the lessons where they'll have the 2 assessments, the claim evidence reasoning and the scope assessment. So this is what the scope assessment looks like. Let's see if we can populate that one. So this is through the student side. Again, they have an opportunity to answer 10 questions, and they may come across a couple of questions that are going to include the, here's one, this is a multi-select, where they'll include the technology enhanced item types. Now, for you as the teacher, if you go to the answer key,
I love this part.
when you go to the answer key, you're going to actually be provided, of course, with the answers. You'll see the type of questions that they were asked. You'll also see the depth of knowledge level for each of those questions. This is the key to let you guys know what the DD means or what the reference is for those tech enhanced questions. But if you scroll a little bit further down, this is where you're going to find that not only do we provide the correct answer, we also provide an explanation of the incorrect answer. So when the students start to move into the older grades and we start to do an item analysis with them, we want to be able to have those healthy discussions with them to explain why the question that they got wrong, why they came to that conclusion. And so once the students have had a chance to work through the 5 E's and they've done the evaluate, now as the teacher, you're going to decide where you want the students to go. Is it a situation where they may need a little bit more remediation, or is it a situation where the students have shown mastery of the lesson and the standard? And that's going to take place with the intervention and the acceleration. With the intervention, this is going to be an opportunity for you as the teacher to work with students in a small group setting and to do some reteaching or remediation with the students based on their level of struggle with that particular lesson. And once you've worked with the students with guided practice and in a small group, then you want to move them back into an opportunity, because we've got to determine if now they have shown an understanding at this point. We give them what is called a concept attainment quiz. And this can be done print or digital. And so what will happen is the students will now have an opportunity, another opportunity to show their level of understanding with the lesson. Yes, no, it's print and digital.
Everything we have is digital. It can be digital. Everything.
There's nothing hard copy that's not digital.
That's right. Correct. Correct.
And so this is the digital version. They would just do a drag and drop.
There's more on digital than there is in the print, a book. But you can print everything, if you were asking.
Are there print vocabulary cards?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just going to pop into them real quickly. So these are the vocabulary cards. Okay? So now, for our students that have shown an understanding of the lesson, we want to move them now into acceleration. And with acceleration, how many of you guys have used choice boards in the past? So this is going to give students the autonomy and the freedom to choose what activity they want to work on, because remember, these are the students that have shown an understanding of the lesson and mastery of the standard. So they have just a variety of different things that they can choose from when working, because they've got to have something to do while you're working with students in the small group setting. So this is going to be the option that we provide for them, where we give them the freedom and the autonomy to choose what exercise or activity they're going to complete. And once they've done so, we also give them an opportunity to do a self-assessment. How well did it work? What did you like about the lesson? What did you not like about the lesson? As well as an opportunity for teachers to provide feedback. Now, that is everything for our, I'm going to close some of these out. 3-5, K2, we're going to go into a different lesson. We're going to actually start with kindergarten. And we're going to go into properties of objects. Now yours, remember we talked about all of this when I introduced the 3-5. This is mostly the same. The only difference is for our K2, instead of it saying science outside of the classroom, it's going to be a parent letter that you would send home with your students. So the same concept, but it's now called a parent letter. And you'll also see that we have a series of lessons. Now, this first lesson is where you're always going to find your accessing prior knowledge. And you'll see that we provide a mini lesson, and we have a wrap-up. And then we have the word wall with Wally the Wordy Walrus. Let me hear you say that 5 times fast. And in each of the lessons, you're always going to find a vocabulary wrap.
for each of those words.
It's as high. I can't turn the volume up. So now you're going to find these vocabulary wraps throughout each of the lessons. Now, you'll also find if you click on the file, if you want to print out the vocabulary wraps, you have the option to do that as well. Remember we were just talking about that? Things we see.
Sing it, Krista.
No. Also, as you go through the lessons, when you get to the last lesson,
This is the K2, folks, now. Last lesson.
this is where you're actually going to also find the read aloud. The read alouds are always populated in the very last lesson.
That's this book right here that I showed you. So you get one per scope. So she's showing you the digital version, but this is the printed version.
Okay? And so now also, when you are in that last lesson, you'll also find that we provide all of the videos in one space.
Could you play that video again? Let me see the volume. I think I.
The same one? Sure.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, and so then also in our literacy, under explain, you're going to find the active reader.
And that active reader is what's in your scope booklets in the back. So the interactive science notebook is in the front for our K2 folks, but in the back, the active reader is here. That's with the blue banner. This is where you can find it digitally. And they are actively reading and doing things while they're reading, whether they're circling, drawing, calculating.
And this is in print and digital as well. And you'll also see, again, we have the differentiation for our K2 learners as well as the proficiency levels for beginning, intermediate, and advanced.
Are the vocabulary wraps only K through 2?
The vocabulary wraps are K2. You have K5, we have science rock videos. We didn't show it to you, but you have a science rock video under intervention. You'll see that, and that goes over the vocabulary. K2, we just have those short little quick vocabulary wraps to get them, excited about the new vocabulary they're learning.
Centers, we of course use centers at K2. This is going to be that cross-curriculum activity. So we've got math,
And those centers can be done at any time throughout your day as your school allows. If you have center time, you can pull in our science centers that are cross-curricular. For those 3-5 folks, if you're wondering, what about us? How about centers? Well, those elaborates we provide for you under the Elaborate tab, those are perfect center opportunities.
this is the literacy cross-curriculum. And then you'll also see that we provide, under Elaborate, we provide videos. Also, here's another math connection. Remember we talked about the data literacy? It's taking its own sweet time.
You guys have estimated times that it take to do these?
Oh, yes. In the lesson plans, we have in the front on the side menu there, the planning guide. It tells you how much time it is. We give you a suggested calendar. We say how much time it should take, and then you can change it how you want for the nature of your classroom, to extend or if you want to pull in things from somewhere else that you've created.
And I'm going to show you guys the suggested scope order in just a second. Let me finish up with K2. So now, for your assessments, for kindergarten, you're going to have the claim, evidence, reasoning, writing, science, and data sheets. You guys saw the claim, evidence. Well, let's see if it'll populate for us here. Oh, it's going so slow. Okay, good. So this is where they get the scenario. They have their data. And
Because
then
this is kindergarten, it's pictorial.
and then they are provided with a prompt, and then they are actually given sentence starters for their claims. Then here's their evidence, and then we want them to support it with reasoning. But we use the language that's appropriate for the grade levels. Now this is writing science. And then we provide them also with a data sheet. Now keep in mind, this is for K2. Oh. This is actually for the teachers. Okay, now in second grade, I'm going to pop real quickly into a second grade scope so that you guys can see the difference when it comes to the assessments. So when it comes to the assessments, in second grade, teachers, you're going to have the same claim, evidence, reasoning. You'll also have the data sheet, but now in second grade, you guys will get the scope assessment because we want to begin to plan and prepare them for what's coming when they move into the intermediate grades in third grade, because that's where they're going to start testing. So we get them familiar with that in second grade using the scope assessment. Now, I do want to show you guys real quick. So that's our K2. I do want to show you guys really quickly. If you click on Planning with STEM Scopes, well, if you go to Resources and then click on Planning with STEM Scopes, we actually provide a suggested scope order for you. And again, this is just a suggestion. So this is what it looks like for K2. So we're going to give you a recommendation and also provide you with the number of instructional days. And remember, this is just a suggestion.
And it's for the majority of the activities. We give you so much stuff you can use. You can, of course, lengthen it or shorten it according to your needs.
And so this is for 3 through 5. So that is our product in a nutshell. Does anybody have any additional questions? I know that you guys were asking questions along the way, but I just want to make sure that we can address any questions that you guys may have. I have a few minutes left.
Anything from your rubric that we might not have addressed fully for you? That,
just have a question.
sure.
We've already been able to explore some, but when, for the student side, like, we can't access that platform.
Right. You're not the student access. You aren't able to do right now.
Will we be able to do it before our evaluations are due? You know,
When is that?
2 weeks? Yeah, February 13th.
Yeah,
We'll get with the technology team to see.
We're actually in the process of working on some things right now to try to create a PDF of the STEMscopedia, as well as some other features that will allow you guys to see it through the lens of the students as well.
Yeah, that's really important, like, to be able to go on as a student and really see,
What the students are working on.
and to really see that those accessibility options are, you know, just to be a student.
So
Right,
on
to look at it through the lens of the student, which
Well-
is essential for you, especially when making a decision about, it's good for you to see what you guys are working on, but you also want to be able to see what the students are doing so that you'll be able to assist
Compare
them.
it to the other publishers, we have access to those.
Okay,
Just missing it.
okay.
So I misspoke a little bit too. You can right now, when you go into your class, when you do the sticker, when you go to the sticker and you create your own username and password, it should populate with some students, that maybe 2 students that we put automatically in there. Then you could go in and then assign some content from your platform, and then you can go in and look as your student. So you'll get to see it, what it might look like. I forgot we gave you the new logins.
So just their assignments though, not go on totally as a student into
Uh,
the platform.
No, that's what we provided, those screenshots that Krista had in the PowerPoint, that's what the student view is.
I understand what you're saying. You want to be able to look through the lens of the student. And so that is something that I'm speaking with my director about, because we've had a couple of other districts that have requested that as well. So we want to make sure that you guys all have all of the tools and resources to be able to make a proper decision when you're talking about using a program for the next 5 years. So I will make sure that I will get with Ryan, because I am actually, my direct, I won't be here tomorrow for middle school because I have to go back to Duval for a symposium, but I'm in close conversations with my director about addressing how we're going to troubleshoot this to ensure that you guys are able to see it through the lens of the student as well. You had a question?
What can the parents see?
I'm almost over in time, Ryan. I know he's looking. With the parent view, we have a community review site. We're in the process of modifying that because we want the parents to be able to go in and see the platform as if they were a student as well. We don't want to provide the assessments. We just want to make sure that parents are able to go in and see what the students are looking at. Same thing that you're asking about. So that's just to kind of capitalize or piggyback off of the same thing that this young lady said. We're in talks on how we can make these quick modifications to accommodate the districts. You had a question?
I do, actually. Is there any way we can share it with grade levels at our school? Can they also go in and sign in?
That's up to your, it's up to your, to Ryan and how your district works.
Even if we assigned it just to the grade level chair, they could bring in their grade level and let them, like for the student view. That's
Are
what-
they able to share the login so that any teacher could go in and create their own account, is what she's asking? Or do you want just this committee to see it right now?
So that'd be a tech question I have to ask with
Okay,
our
okay.
IT folks.
I was just curious.
Technically, I would say, yeah, we probably could, but they allow us to. I'd have to get clearance on that.
Yeah.
So I've got 9:45. So if you think of a question after they walk out the door and you go through your evaluation, you can email it to myself and Ms. Ellis, and we will certainly reach out to them and get an answer. What we did last year is we would send the question to the publisher and then share the answer back out to the group if you think of any questions after the fact, okay? So I want to thank Accelerate. For,
Thank you.
presenting,
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
And we will take a 15-minute break, and we will kick off our next presentation at 10 o'clock. got a microphone. So we're going to welcome Discovery Education. They're going to walk you through K-5 science. So I'm going to turn the floor over to them at this time.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Dwayne Weber with Discovery Education. We're really excited to be here with you today to share with you our brand new, built from the scratch, Florida Science Textbook. I have some colleagues here with me as well, and Erica will be walking you through the presentation today. One of the things I want to, before we jump into the presentation, just kind of go over what we handed out for you. You'll see that you do have a folder, and in that folder is some login cards. And that postcard also has a QR code on it that if you scan that QR code, it will actually take you to some reviewer resources to support you as you're navigating through the digital and the print. On the right-hand side, you'll see that there's a placemat. And you'll see some familiar references that Eric is going to show you today for those first three places on there. But on the back side, again, you'll see some QR codes, again, to support you with videos on the print and digital after our presentation today. We know you're going through a lot of presentations and sometimes you forget what you saw, even though you might be taking notes. And so Erica also will be going through the teacher and student edition today. So if you have those handy, the teacher is the spiral bound, and then the student edition, would be the other one. She is going to reference those. So we will have you also open those up and follow along with her too. So. Okay. Getting in, again, we are Discovery Education. So with Discovery Education, we are the global leader in K-12 standards-aligned digital resources. We are built from a company like Animal Planet, Science Channel. So we're able to leverage that high-quality science content into our science textbook. But not only that, we also work with other corporations to create content for our science textbook to leverage it within. Like NASA, and you'll see at the top left there, we actually had a virtual field trip when the Perseverance rover was landing on Mars. So we had a virtual field trip with the Jet Propulsion Lab in California, where students were able to ask questions ahead of the time, but then also live. We were in their control room when the lander touched down on Mars. And so our students got to see that celebration. You'll have access to that. Your students will have access to that. We have a great partnership with Guy Harvey Foundation, Shark Week, Mythbusters. So you'll see that content in with our science textbook. As I mentioned, we are a global company. So we are around the world. We also work with other countries to develop their science and STEM resources and their math content. So it's not just here in the United States. But in the United States, we have a very strong partnerships in Florida. And so from those partnerships, we were able to leverage our go ahead. So we were able to leverage our partnerships to go around for over 2.5 years to identify what do teachers, administrators, and students need in a new science resource. This is not a repurposed science textbook. This is built from the ground up for Florida standards, written within the item specs that you're going to need on those assessments, and Erica will be able to share all that information with you as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Erica, and any questions that come up, we're going to save time at the end, but feel free to ask those questions as well as they come up. So.
Thank you, Dwayne. I might need your clicker. Your clicker. Okay, perfect. All right, so good morning, everyone. And so really excited to give you a nice tour of the new science textbook for Florida. So we've done a listening tour across the state for the past couple of years, really listening to educators like yourselves, right? Principals and teachers and coaches of what is it that we're really looking for in a science resource, right? So what we were able to find from all of our research and our discussions is 3 elements really stuck out for us, and you'll see it here. Student-centered design. How important is that for you all? Right, we want students to have those hands-on experiences, right? So they can make connections. And of course, main important one, right? It's gotta be built for Florida. It's aligned to the standards, right? That 100% standards alignment. And then we also wanna support teachers. We all know, especially we're the K-5 teachers, okay? You teach multiple subjects, right? A day, you're planning for subjects all throughout the week. So how can we save you time? So you're going to see with our ready-to-use slideshow lessons that we already have created, you don't have to create anything further. They're also, you can create your own slideshows as well. So there's so many great opportunities that we help you saving time as well as even pathways for learning. So behind all those 3 pillars, I just want to share with you, these are the 9 most common responses that we've heard. And as you're reading through these, just consider which one really connects with you. How important is Spanish resources? Okay, definitely need those, right? Okay, perfect. And then I know we mentioned a little bit earlier, just the hands-on experiences, right? What about the seamless print and digital connections? Right, we want to have the book, but also with the digital. How does that work? So we're going to walk through these elements today when we go live to site, so you can see how it all entails. You're going to notice here, this is what the Science Tech Book for Florida is. Yes, we're digital, but we also have books, right? We have some samples here for you. And what's also great is we also have books in Spanish. So just know that that print comes in English and Spanish for your students. And then we also provide big story cards. And I think we have them set up somewhere over here, but especially which is great for our K1 and 2 teachers. So the story cards, what they are like those big books, right? You know, when you have like for reading, you have story time. So we have these beautiful story cards for the lower grades that allow for you to make those connections when you start the lessons. And on the back of them, you have strategies. What should we ask students to get their, activate their prior knowledge? We also have ELA connections printed on the back of those story cards. So just consider it's a nice little segue before you start the units. So we also see there's a lot of LMS integrations as well with the Science Tech Book for Florida. Hands-on. Do y'all have a lot of new teachers? Okay. And maybe teachers that are alt-cert coming in from different backgrounds, right? How nice would it be if we could set them up for success with hands-on activities, right? Sometimes it is frightening for especially a new teacher to set up a hands-on activity if they've never done it before. So you're going to see we have videos to help teachers feel comfortable and confident with setting up these hands-on activities. Before we jump into product here, I just want to ensure, I know some of you have your teacher's editions with you, and if you do, great. If you want to just pull them out, if they're tabbed up, you'll see unit pacing. This is where we're saving you time. What's nice about these, and Dwayne is going to model it for you up front, is you're going to see we have a comprehensive pathway, right? You're also going to see color coding for the 5 E's. Each of the lessons, you're also going to see the different lesson types. So if you're looking for something that really has a variety of different media, just look right here so you can see what the lesson pathway looks like. If you just look to the right, you're going to see an express pathway. So students are still going to get that content, but in a shorter time. Because why? Do you all have professional development days, early release days, holidays, right? So we know that sometimes you can't get through all the content, so we've already provided you with a quick path. Now I'm just going to proceed forward. If you have another tab book in front of you where it says student and teacher background. Consider this again, what a great support if I'm new to teaching, or this is the first time I'm teaching science in this grade level. Having that background knowledge for myself before I instruct, and also for my students, really gives teachers the support that they need for instruction. Now I'm just going to proceed forward here. Again, the standards alignment, we know this is so critical. You're going to find all the standards alignments all throughout within your teacher's edition. So just know you have that support there. So now let's just go live into products so you can actually see Science Tech Book for Florida. All right, where's that one? Thank you. You got it? Yeah, okay. If you got it, we're good. All right, so when you log in, this is where you're going to land. So this is the Florida Reviewer Guide landing page. So as we scroll down on this page here, you're going to see at the very forefront, if you want the program guide, you have it all there. You're also going to see differentiation resources. We've created a video for you that really explains and highlights all of the differentiated support that's embedded within every single lesson. So just think about that. We have that already designed for you. And then we also have the Nature of Science. So when we open up that Nature of Science tab, you're going to see that we have ready-to-use lessons for the Nature of Science. Just think about that. We have them from K to 5. So how nice is that, especially, where are my 5th grade teachers? All right, because I used to be a 5th grade teacher as well. So I can pull back from grades 3 and 4 if I need with these lessons, right? So we're going to open up one of these Nature of Science ready-to-use lessons so you can see what does this look like and how will it support learning. So when you're on your, the main page, you can pick which standard that you would like to have addressed. So for our time today, I'm going to just go through one of these lessons with you all, and we're going to do infer by observation, and that's going to be SC3 N16, please. Thank you, Dwayne, you were so good. So infer based on observation. So now you have an opportunity where students can really dive into this standard. And as we scroll ahead here, you're going to see, again, students will be able to see what exactly does this mean, what is an observation, and then you're going to see we have an activity already embedded. And then we're going to open up these teacher notes here for you because this is really important, and you're also going to see this within every single one of our lessons. What's great about the teacher notes is, again, it's this embedded support. What are some suggestions of how I should deliver this? What are some questions I should be asking our students, and the sample responses as well? You'll also see differentiation support and vocabulary support all throughout the way. And so let's just take a little peek at this because I'm really excited to show you that we also created a DE original series called Phenomena Junior to really support students with understanding what phenomena is and how scientists observe. So in this case, this is grade 3. We're focusing on the infer by observation. Notice here we have a prompt, right? Make an inference based on observation. I think blank because I see blank. So let's take a look. You have the volume. That is it. So that was a cute little intro, right? Get students excited about learning. And then now we're going to go to the actual portion where they're going to be observing. Okay. You got it? Perfect. Thanks. All right, so as we pause this video here, just consider what you're watching, right? Are students going to be able to observe some really cool things? Yeah, right? And then so now, again, we're going to go back to that prompt, I think, and then the observation because I see. And as we scroll to the next slide, we now want students to experience. Just consider this, right? Okay, we just watched a video, we had some discussions, but now let's actually experience and do these observations. Look at these materials, just popsicle sticks, paper plates, and then students are going to observe with their peers, and then they're going to make an observation statement, okay? So this is what you're going to see in the Nature of Science ready-to-use lessons. So now we're going to jump into the course here, and for our time today, we're going to use grade 3. No matter which grade we are in, it doesn't matter, all of this is going to be aligned the same. So once you're logged in, right where you see where it says grade 3 on the top left, Dwayne's going to click on the arrow down, and notice you can go to all of the grades immediately. So especially if you're supporting multiple grades, or again, if I'm 5th grade teacher, I want to go back, I can quickly pull the different units from the lower grades. You'll also notice just on the top of your navigation menu, you're going to have all your access to your standards, the table of contents, which will get you straight to units based by standard. And then course materials, we'll click on that just here for a moment so you can see what you can find in here. Everything that you're going to need, course materials, okay? You have all of that accessible where you can download and print it out. And as we close that up, you're also going to notice where it says English. When we drop that down, do you see reading level A and B? Just think about that. So you can drop 200 Lexile points within each of the courses, grades 3, 4, and 5. You'll also notice, what else? Spanish. The entire tech book will translate into Spanish for your students. So just consider you have that support embedded. So we're going to jump into one of our units. It's going to be an energy unit. And what's great about this, as we scroll down, you're going to see every single course, so your grade level has 4 total units, okay? So it's going to be that same flow from K to 5, 4 units. And so when we jump into Unit 2, we're going to look at energy, and then we're going to look at the concept energy and change, okay? And so once we're in here, you have a few new navigational resources. Instead of course materials, you have unit resources. And we're just going to click on this. What we looked at earlier, remember the unit pacing, the background knowledge, and standards alignment, this is where you can pull it here digitally. So once you're in the actual courses and units, this is where, in case, oh, I forgot my teacher's edition, but I can easily go and pull anything off on the digital component as well. You'll also find, if we click on just say everyday energy, these are all of the concepts within the unit. You're going to find all of your student learning objectives and teacher learning objectives as well as vocabulary strategies. This mirrors exactly what you see in your print. Okay? All right, so once we are logged onto our course, and as we scroll down, you're going to see the flow. It's the 5E. Are we all familiar with 5E? Yep. So you'll see we have it all color-coded for each of the E's. Again, that nice, easy flow for students to follow through when they're in their books. If I'm on an Explore lesson, they're going to be where it says it in blue. So we're going to actually go ahead and experience an Engage lesson within this energy and change. So let's take a peek at what this entails. So we're going to go ahead and focus on our student objective here first. All right? Students will make a claim about how energy can cause motion or change and identify different forms of energy. Well, how can we do this? Well, we're going to do it Discovery Education style, where it's going to be fun. It's going to be hands-on, and we're going to launch this unit. You all have 3 cups on your table, correct? Okay. If you want to have one person, maybe just take each of the cups, like unstack them, and then flip them over, but you also might notice there's something inside the cup. What's inside the cup? A ball, yes. All right, so we're going to go ahead, and as you all are setting up, yep, you can just have it, yep, just flipped over, and you can you can pull the ball out, I'm sorry. Try that. Notice here in the standards, right, we have the best standards included for the ELA, but notice I'm also going to hit on that Nature of Science standard that we just looked at, and then we're also taking a look at energy standards for physical science. So we're going to go to this next slide here, the intro slide here on the lesson. And I'm going to just show you what we're going to be doing, because this is what the students will be doing. It's on that same one. Sorry, Dwayne. Oh. All right, so
stay here?
Yep, on that back tab, please. Perfect. All right, and just go proceed forward on this slide. Yeah, cool. All right, so hold your ball up. Okay, and then pass it around to your friends, okay? We're going to observe the weight of the ball. How does it feel? Is it heavy? Smooth? Light? Okay. Is it cold? Has holes. Oh, has holes. Okay. All right. So my question to you all, everyone, whoever has the ball, hold it up. Okay, does everybody have the same ball? We've got some different ones, right? Oh, interesting. We kind of spice it up here. So my question for you is, do you all think you can knock the cups down with the ball? Okay. So talk with your peers, and then your challenge is to set up your cups and then see if you can knock them all down with your ball.
All of them. All 3 balls. You have to
How
knock
are we
down
going to
all
do
3
this?
cups.
However you feel. Yep. Okay. Okay, you got to knock them all down. Okay. Oh, did you got all of them? You got all 3.
All 3. Got to tip all 3 over. How are you going to set it up to tip all 3 over?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Oh, almost, yeah. Oops, there you go. Yep, here you are. All right, anybody get it?
No, I don't think so. Lose the ball again.
Oh, yeah? And did it all knock over? Clever, right? Good. I love that.
So we have a question here is do they have to stay upside down? Did Erica give you any parameters on how to set up the cups?
Nope.
So each group could have a different scenario on how they set up cups. Okay.
I love it. Good one. Let's get to it. Can you do present to class, and I'm going to do the teacher notes here soon. Not yet, but just yeah. But not yeah. Not don't open the teacher notes. Yet.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
But
Fast.
leave
Okay.
it right here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, which group was able to knock them over? Awesome. All right. So, as Dwayne was sharing, and when I was walking around, you were asking me, do we have to do it this way? No, there was no parameters. One group, you all were really clever. Do you guys mind sharing how you were able to get yours knocked down?
Well, the base was too wide, so you got to flip it over, and then we put all three together. And
Yeah, who else put all three together? Okay, so look at that. You had no parameters. Everybody contributed. There wasn't just a multiple choice option. This was unrestricted access, right, of learning. This is exactly what your students want to do, and this is what you have right here on Discovery. Isn't that great? So next up, I'm just going to go and present to class mode so you can see the whole slideshow here of what we're going to do next. So now students have just experienced energy change, and they probably didn't even realize it, right? So now as we go to the next slide here, we have some questions that we're going to prompt them. What caused the ball to move? What caused the plastic cups to move, right? So now we're getting them thinking and we're getting them talking. And so as we proceed forward on the slideshow, now we're going to bring them to where? I can statement. Okay? Now they're able to maybe start formulating this claim of Iowa energy causes change. And then as we proceed forward, students are going to experience another real world phenomena junior in this case. What's really neat is not all of the lessons are going to have like videos, for the Engage. It'll be hands-on, as you see. It can be interactives, data collection. There's going to be a whole mix of Engage. But what's great about this is you're also going to notice that we have vocabulary hyperlinked. So as students are going to watch this next video on Real World Phenomena Junior, they're going to observe different types of energy changes. Okay? They're going to see baseball. They're going to see a fire. And then they're also going to see an electric car. And we can play a little bit of this, Dwayne, if we want to fast forward it, if that's okay, if you're able to. And as we get to where we want to go, we want them to start making connections of how does this all work, right? Okay, and then as they're observing all these different types of energy changes, they're able to start formulating ideas. Maybe some of your students play baseball, right? And they can start saying, oh yes, well when I hit the ball with the bat, and then maybe some of their parents, or they've seen electric cars, or then all of you see with the wood fire, they're able to see like, oh, this is energy change, right? So when we finish up the lesson, then students are going to, actually after this video, they're going to speak to each other with the turn and talk strategy. And then when they're done, they're going to write their claim. Now, they can do this digitally or on their books. What's great about this is, does the claim have to be correct? No. And you know what? That's great, because as we follow along this next flow of lessons, they're going to start collecting more evidence along the way, and we're also going to have phenomena check-ins. So they can continue to revise their claim, add more knowledge, and then when we get to the explain, they're going to finalize that and claim evidence reasoning. Okay, so let's explore more here. We're going to go to hands-on. We're going to go into some explore lessons so you can see what that looks like. So as we go back, we're going to hit up the hands-on. And I mentioned to you we want to make this easy for teachers for setting up. So how nice would this be if we all had a wonderful video to help us set up? Because I know this would have been helpful for me when I first started teaching. So let's take a little peek at what our hands-on activity lessons will help with teachers, for teachers.
Balls, boards, and books. Hi, I'm Joe baseball, tennis ball, wiffle ball, table tennis ball, soccer ball, tape, a wooden board.
So I just want to pause here. What do y'all notice for the materials? Very simple, right? You have this in your classroom. And so yes, we also do have kits, but also just notice these are items that you can easily find in your classroom. What about even with this Engage? We can all get some cups, right? So just know all of these items are going to be simple for you to access if you don't have the kits. So now let's jump into the actual lesson. I'm going to just show you some of the lesson features that you're going to find within the Science Tech book for Florida. So every time you launch your lesson, you're going to see your main landing page here with your activity card that gives you your student objective as well as your standards addressed. So as we go in, I want to just also show you the lesson segments. We have it all timed and paced for you. There might be a day where you have a little bit less time for science. And then for K-2, how many minutes do you all normally have for science instruction? 20 minutes? 30, okay. And then what about 3, 4, and 5? 30, okay, oh good, so it's like 30 across. So you also have noticed like on the pathways, all of our lessons are based in 20 minutes increments. So what's nice is you can easily add on to that, how you can chunk it as you may be. And so you'll see here within this segment for the HOA, we have your intro, right, your HOA, and then notice here again, what did you figure out? We have the formative assessments already built in. And then also you'll see here a phenomena check-in, so students can go back to that claim. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to launch this presentation so you all can see what's embedded in the slideshows. What's really great about these slideshows, once we go to launch the presentation, just scroll up a little bit more. Sorry, Dwayne, if you scroll up a little bit more. You're going to see embedded teacher notes all throughout the way. And it's like stuck.
Yeah.
There we go.
Running 2 mouses.
All right. So as Dwayne's going to slide through, if you, he's going to click on those 3 dots. That's there. And then you'll see these are some options for teachers. So you'll see that there's educator notes. And that's what we saw in those Nature of Science lessons, as well as immersive reader. So we're going to take a look at immersive reader here in a moment. But let's progress through going through some of the slides so you can see how the HOA is set up. So as we scroll through, I definitely want you to notate that students are going to be working as scientists do, because this is a hands-on activity and we want them to start getting questions. And we can do this by presenting some information to them, and in this case, in the way of a video. And then we're also going to have them make predictions. So as we're scrolling through, and if you go to the, continue on with, there we go. And then if you click on the educator notes, scroll to the next slide, sorry, next slide. All right, perfect. So making predictions here. We know how important it is for students to make predictions, right? That's the whole process. And as we scroll through on these making predictions, as we scroll down on the teacher notes, you're going to see all of the prompts asking questions. You'll even see, as Dwayne is going through again, the materials list. This is where you'll find your HOA video. All throughout the way. And then we're also prompting kids to collect data. You're going to see that as they're working through, they can do it in the print. Or if you want them to do it digitally, they can complete it digitally. It's whatever your preference is. They can start in the print, and then when they do that formative assessment question, you can have them do it digitally, so that way you have it right there on your data on your dashboard. Okay? So we're experiencing the HOA, and students have had the opportunity to work in their peer groups. They were able to collect data, have conversations, and analyze. And so next up, they're going to check in with their phenomena statement. So now, what are the following lessons going to look like? So now for our next few moments, I'm just going to walk you through a literacy lesson and an interactive lesson.
Is it that one?
No, I can get it for you. Got it. All right. Yeah, just go to this next one if you don't mind, and I can get it if you want.
This one?
Yeah. Yeah, get it.
I didn't know which one you want.
Sorry. I don't even know how to use this. The one before it. So anytime students are going to respond on the digital piece here, when we click on this next tab, the lesson results, this is where you're going to have access. So at any point, you can see the lesson assessment results. What's nice about this is you can easily just select the lesson, and then you're going to go back and you'll see how the student responded. So if Dwayne, if you want to select lesson where it says energy change, so select lesson to the right. And I can try to get it if you want. Lesson 2.
Lesson 2, changing motion.
All right, and then click on the name.
Oh, this one moves 100 miles an hour.
So once the students respond, you'll be able to, if you scroll down, you'll be able to see how they responded. So again, you have that nice quick check for understanding when they do the digital piece, okay? So let's proceed forward. Now we know we can get all the lesson assessment data when they do it digitally. It's a quick access. We're going to take a peek at an interactive here. We're going to just scroll through these slides so you can see what an interactive looks like. And so do y'all currently use interactives? Yeah? Okay. What's really great about ours is we have a lot of questions that are prompted before students go on. So just consider, they have a rationale of why they're going to do this interactive, right? What are the questions? What connections do we want them to make? A lot of teachers like to use this as like a text station or just some other station when we have it set up for science. So that way they can interact with their peers. So when we launch the interactive, students are going to be prompted with a variety of different options. So they're going to play around with different variables, and then they're going to be collecting data. What's nice about this with the interactive and the print is students can record the data that they're going through when they're on the interactive right here in the print, or if you would prefer, they can do it in the digital. It's whatever you would like it to be. This one, all of these will be read aloud, K to 5, and all of these also come in Spanish. So you can quickly just click on any one of these, and then they get to actually see it in action. As we go through from grades 3, 4, and 5, you're going to see the opportunities for graphing data as well within the interactives and embedded questions. So just consider there's a variety of different types of interactives. Some are exploratory, and some are more of a virtual lab where they're working as a career, and they're actually going to be solving a problem. All right? So as we go on to the next tab here, literacy. We know how important literacy is within the science textbook for Florida. So now that students have had opportunities with all the hands-on, working with their peers, we now are able to have them reading. What's really valuable with this is now they've had connections and opportunities. They've seen the vocabulary. We're going to highlight here vocabulary here in a moment. When they are reading, they're going to be able to comprehend it. And remember, they can change it down 200 Lexile points, right? If they need that for that independent, but it also can be read aloud to them. So Dwayne, if you don't mind, can you show them Immersive Reader? Is anybody familiar with Immersive Reader? Some? Okay. All right, so what it's going to allow you to do is it's going to read all the text aloud for the students. And then what's also nice is when students are working either at home and if their parents speak a different language, the Immersive Reader will translate in over 100 different languages. So just consider what a nice support that is. We have that embedded here. Within all of the slideshow lessons, Immersive Reader is built in for the students. So now we'll head on back. And then we also know how important it is to have strategies within your literacy, correct? So we want to make sure that students are focused. So Dwayne, if you want to go scroll down, and then we'll go to the educator notes, and then we're going to take a peek at these SOS strategies. So when you're in, whether you're in the slideshow or in the read together, you're going to find what we have our SOS strategies embedded. What's great about this is we're going to provide you with strategies for before reading, during reading, and after. And as you'll see here, it says sticky back. We explain what the strategy is, but we also have a video for you that tells you exactly what the students should be doing with this activity. So you'll see, and we even provide you with the graphic organizers. It's also embedded within the print editions as well. So just know that students have that purpose for reading and then the information that we want them to collect, whether it's summarizing or highlighting main points and ideas. So we've taken a peek into all the different types of Explore. We have hands-on, literacy, interactive, and there's also video lessons. And again, in each of these areas, you're going to have strategies for support. So now let's take a look at the assessment pieces and what that offers for you. I'm going to have to just go live here. All right, can I go ahead? I'm going to click on assessments.
Which one is it?
Are the readers only hands-on?
I'm just gonna go here.
Only digital?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Are the readers, the literacy, are they only digital?
Nope, so all the literacy passages are also available in the print.
Okay. And where you were on the little immersive button, is that where you drop the Lexile, or?
Up right on the main page here is where you're going to go ahead and drop that Lexile.
Can it be assigned by student, or does it have to be the class is all in A or the class is all?
Nope, it's individual. Yep, great question here. So now I'm going to take us through the assessment pieces that we offer. I'm going to just kick us off here with Explain. And then this is where students are going to go back to that claim, and they're going to refine it using claim evidence reasoning. Do you all currently use claim evidence reasoning? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So what you'll see are students, when they get to that CER, they're also going to have prompts. And as we go to Kinder First, they're going to be a little bit, of course, not as advanced as this, but they're going to have opportunities to explain. So they're going to be introduced to claim evidence reasoning, but as we go up in grades, it's going to be more in-depth. And then taking us back to more assessment pieces here, that was our claim evidence reasoning. And now I'm just going to take us down to our Record It, Perform It, Find It. This one is really fun because what it provides students is the opportunity for a choice to really explain what they learned. And we give them these options here. And then you'll see for when I'm in the teacher mode, we provide you with that support of what are some ideas of how some students can record, perform, or find it. So just consider it gives them more choice, right, and voice, and the more vested interest for them to really explain. They're going to be prompted with different questions. And then from here, this is where they're going to decide, do I want to record it, perform it, or do I want to find it? And now I'm going to take us through the summative. So we know how important summative assessments are. So we have them all built in within the lessons here. And what's great about these summatives is, again, you can quickly see we can change them into English and in Spanish. And you'll see the standard already embedded. You're going to see the DOK level as well. These are also printable. So just know you have that support within the science textbook for Florida.
Does it read it to them also?
Yes, it will be read aloud for the students. You have that immersive reader. All right, how are we doing on time?
About 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to hand it back over to
Including
you.
questions.
Okay, I'll go. All right. So you also can create your own assessments. You can do concept and standards-based assessments as well. And you also can create video quizzes. So just know you have that support embedded. So as we're going through, this is just a quick review of what we saw within the Science Textbook for Florida, the teacher supports. You have the print, and it's also available in the digital. Your students mirror exactly what you see in the lessons. And then going through all of our assessments, right? What do we have for you? We have comprehensive assessments that go from what did you figure out? So these are the formative assessments, CER, and then you also have your summative assessments as well. Here's just a sampling of your formative assessments. Again, those quick checks for understandings that are built into all of your lessons. They can be matching, they can be tiling, they can be multiple choice. It's a variety of different options. Students can also respond to these questions in the print if you prefer. Your concept summatives, they're going to align to the test item specs. So we have a sampling here from Mixtures and Solutions. And again, they also are provided in Spanish if you need. And again, everything can be read aloud for the students, English, Spanish, or whatever language. We also are going to have your practice assessments. I can't even speak right now. So you'll be able, especially for 5th grade teachers, you'll have that opportunity to get those sample assessments. And then you'll see this is just a sample item from grade 3 from Fair Game that you'll have that support here. We also have the Explore More resources. So when you are on your, for We Are with Grade 3, what Explore More resources provides is the opportunity for you to go find this content. Like if I see my students are struggling, notice we have a topic that says background. That'll help students, well, let me go ahead and send this video out to him or her. I can assign it on my LMS if they need that support. If my students maybe need to relearn, you're going to also see these are we recommend that you go ahead and send out for the students. And then, of course, we have extensions. So these are on that course homepage, the Explore More resources. This will help you with supporting students all throughout the way as we're monitoring their progress and saving you time with trying to find media to help with supporting. So now I'm going to hand it back over to Dwayne to talk a little bit about professional learning.
Thank you, Erica. Erica covered quite a bit, and I know you possibly might have some questions, but just to let you know, to the Immersive Reader, if you're familiar with it, you know there's over 130 languages that Immersive Reader supports. So this not only does it support the language in reading and in changing to different language, but it also supports those ELA skills like nouns, verbs, that again, science textbook can be utilized within other classes like language arts or social studies or math. Does not just have to be a standalone. But with that professional learning, in order to understand the full program, it's through the life of the adoption. So you have many different models. It can be in person. And it can be in-person product training. It can be in-person strategies like what Erica was talking about. It can be push-in coaching. We also have on-demand models as well for the ongoing support, especially for new teachers coming in, alt-certified teachers, or long-term subs. We have that throughout the time. You don't have to wait for us to come out. You can actually go out and reach out and get your own training as well. So some of that professional learning is also with Discovery Education. We love partnering with districts to provide value-add professional learning. So this was an opportunity that we had within Santa Rosa where we came in on a weekend and we worked with different types of strategies and different stations that the teachers could come to and see different ways to utilize digital resources within the classroom. So we have that ability as well to partner with our districts to offer those value adds. Another, as we saw earlier, this is a full Encompass program. It has the digital. It has that seamless print to digital. It has the opportunity to have hands-on activities. So the hands-on that Erica did with you as well is that we have hands-on kits where you just have to pull out the bag. All the materials are right here for you to do with your groups of students. You don't have to go and dig through a bin to find everything. They're all right here with the baggie and identifies which hands-on lab it is and what the materials are. If you don't want to use the kits, we also have the way that Erica set it up, a very simple way for you to get those materials. Everything is identified for you. A lot of those materials you already have in your class, again, to engage your students and help them be those lead investigators within their science program. You see those pillars in the folders that we handed out for you. Erica covered those pillars with us today. It's the comprehensive accessibility for all students, all those differentiation features, not only for language, but also for learning. If they're struggling, if they're advanced, we have those built within. You saw how easy it is to utilize with your students. Those nature of science skills throughout our science textbook, not just at the beginning in Unit 1. It's throughout, and you have access to that studio, all those studio nature of science boards to bring back in and reinforce those nature of science skills for your students. It is built to those assessment specs for Florida. You'll have opportunities to have SSA practice and reach back questions too to support your students for all of the science adoption. One last thing is one of those partnerships that we have is we also currently right now we have a partnership with 3M where we have the premier science fair program for students with 3M to recognize America's top young scientists. And these are for students in grades 5 through 8. But within that, students have the ability to submit just a 1 to 2 minute video on a problem that they want to solve. And we support the students in the development of that video and make it a very impactful video. The top 10 young scientists are selected where they work with mentors over the summer. They present to a panel of judges like a science fair presentation in October, and the top young scientist is awarded $25,000. So those are partnerships that Discovery Education brings to you as well. So with that, was wondering, any last questions that we can address for you before you guys head off to your lunch? Yes.
I used to frequently use the video bank within Discovery Ed. if we buy the science one, would it open up the video bank for all the subjects that are there?
No, this is just the science tech book, and it's just the videos that are aligned to your standards in at the grade level for the science tech book. So it's just strictly the science tech book. Yes?
Do y'all have an assessment bank?
We do. So so Erica was able to show you some assessments that are built into the Evaluate tab. We also have a quiz tool where you can create 7 different types of assessments. We also have Assessment Builder where you can create practice, concept, or standards aligned assessments from our question bank to utilize outside of what we provide for you in the Evaluate tab within TechBook.
Is that available for K through 2? Because we see that there's no K through 2 summative.
So we are building the K through 2 summative as well, yes, within the Assessment Builder and within our program.
So I'm noticing, like, whenever I was on the website, I noticed, like, so the DOK levels for the 5th grade assessment were, like, level 1 and 2, which are, we need more 3 and 4 questions.
Yes.
That's what I needed to replace.
Yes.
So I need more of those questions. So, like, the end of the unit test is what I want to know if we can, like, add to.
Yes, and we are adding more questions in as well. So we have a team that are writing those level 3 questions as well as more level 2 and supporting those level 1s. Because like with state of Florida, it's 10 to 20% low, 40 to 60% middle, and 10 to 20% high. So those are the format that we're also building for those grade 5, 4, 3, and then also we're building out K2 assessments for you as well. Any other last questions?
The kits.
Yes.
All the stuff that's usable in there, is that replenished?
So there are refill kits for the consumables, but again, you'll have that full list where you'll be able to see is like, we already have this. We don't need to order a refill kit, so we provide that for you as well. But there are refill kits for the consumables, yes. Yes.
Somewhere where you use mystery science.
Yes, so the platform that you see that is built on, Discovery Education acquired Mystery Science about 3 or 4 years ago, and so we've also enveloped that within, so that style of utilizing that studio tool and presenting and utilizing those hands-on activities that's where the Mystery Science is also blended in with our science tech book. It's embedded in, yes.
The whole program? The whole Mystery Science program?
Not the whole program, no. So there are, but the elements of it and then the style of it is built in, yes. So, yes.
So each unit is its own book?
Yes, so the reason why, and again, there is a Spanish version of the books as well. So through those 2 years that we were going around and visiting with districts, is that districts said that, one, they like the flexibility of being able to change in different times of the year where they wanted to offer a different concept or unit. And then also, the books were too heavy for students to carry around. Many of our districts in Florida have eliminated lockers, and so students are carrying all these books in their backpacks. So because of some of our districts, we elected to move to these 4 units, but we are working also to find ways to bind them for you, whether it's going to be 3-hole punched and secured as one volume for the students to carry around as well. So there's different options that we can work with you on that too.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You said that 5th grade has, I forgot what you called it, but they have access to the 3rd through 5th grade students for their testing. This may sound like a stupid question, but do they have access to any of the text material or anything for lower grades?
So as a physical text or?
Online.
It is online. So what you'll see within the tech book is that not only do you have access to all K-5, but you will find that each of these pages will be as a representative as a PDF on each of the lessons as well. So you could actually, if you needed the PDF of just that lesson, you could print that PDF off from that book.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there printed vocabulary cards?
So, yes. Our vocabulary is digital, and the reason why it's digital is because it has 4 components with it. As you see, we'll have animations, videos, images that go along to support that vocabulary acquisition. It's not just the definition of the word. The word can be converted to different languages within Immersive Reader as well, but we also support it with other ways where students, acquire vocabulary using Marzano or Frere method of vocabulary acquisition. But those can also be printed off. So.
And the immersive reader is also built into all the vocabulary words as well.
Any last questions? Well, we thank you guys so much in your review of our science textbook, and enjoy the rest of your day, and lunch is here as well. So we'll be going around and collecting just the bags. You can keep those folders, please, but we'll collect the bags unless you want to take them with you and add another bag to your collection. So, but thank you guys so much.
All right, guys, just a couple housekeeping things. We're on lunch break until 12. I want to thank Discovery for providing lunch. We're setting it up in the back. We now have with us McGraw-Hill, so I'm going to turn the floor over to them.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming today. We have 60 minutes we're going to spend together. Over the next hour, we're really excited about our Florida Science program. I'd like to first thank Ryan and his team for bringing us all together, because not every adoption process is run as smoothly as this. We work throughout the state, and they always do an awesome job here. It's such an important process. You got a 5-year commitment, and they really put the time and energy into bringing us all together and running a smooth process so that you guys benefit and the kids benefit. We're excited about this program. We think it's the best program out there, but it doesn't matter what we think, really. We're going to put our best foot forward. You all pick the program you need for your kids so they're successful. Early on, we've had a lot of success. A lot of districts are going next year, the ones that have gone so far. K-5's done really well throughout the state. I think we won in Duval, Seminole, Palm Beach, made the Narrows, and pretty much everywhere else. So we're really kind of seeing the fruits of what you all told us was important, and that's what we put into the program. We teacher feedback, said, all right, this is what is going to help the teachers and the kids. A few things you're going to see. FSAS. I was told not to say that by my boss back there, but it's FSAS refresh. That Nancy's going to cover more of that. Learn Smart's going to help take the lift off of you getting your kids ready for the assessments. You're going to see Kahoots. You're going to see Paige Keeley probes. That's her book that she wrote. All of these things are going to help you be successful and help our kids be successful. So I should have introduced myself. I'm Mike Gallagher. I'm the sales rep for this territory. I live out of Tallahassee. In the back is Sally Patton. She's from St. Pete. She's our manager, so she came up to support us. She's the state manager, so it's great to have her here. And we brought out the big guns for the presentation. Nancy Orlano is Consultant of the Year for McGraw-Hill. And so she just won that in our sales meeting in December. So we got the best of the best here to show you this awesome program.
No pressure.
No pressure. One last thing, the bags take with you. The TEs that are in there are full TEs. So if you do select us, you'll have an extra TE. And I have some extra kindergarten, second and third grade. So if you want to take those back and share with your teachers as well. So I don't want to steal too much of Nancy's thunder. Nancy, take it away.
Awesome. All right. So like Mike said, we're really excited to be able to share with you our brand new, and I do have to say, it's a complete K-12 science curriculum. So really providing that continuity of instruction from grade level to grade level. And of course, all of our content, as you can see on my screen, is 100% aligned to our Florida state standards. But more importantly, you're going to see that we are really going to provide you with solutions that are really going to help unlock that unlimited potential for every single one of our students. So how are we going to do that? Well, we are going to provide you with solutions that are going to fuel that discovery and that drive, that curiosity in each one of our students. That's going to help lead them down that boundless learning in our science classroom. Now, we know we have a limited amount of time with you all today, so we kind of wanted to focus on what makes McGraw-Hill Florida Science truly different and unique from any other curriculum, right? So on the list here on my screen, you're going to see everything that we know you already need in an outstanding science curriculum. I felt like the buzzing got louder as I walked over there. So teachers, feel free to check us off and count us in for everything we know you need in an outstanding science curriculum, including content that's 100% aligned to our state standards, offline access for our students, ready-made, downloadable, and editable PowerPoint presentations, as well as Google Slide presentations. We know that you all use ClassLink and Canvas as your LMS and your single sign-on, so we already have integration in other grade levels and other content areas. So that'll be a quick, flip of a switch and it's on. Now, of course, rest assured that your students are going to have access to a comprehensive print and digital experience. So of course, every student will have their student consumable edition. It is fully colored, pages are perforated, so if you wanted to pull something out for a grade, you can. It is written on grade level for every single student with rich visuals built in throughout. But question for you all, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers, do you have any students back in your classroom who are not reading on grade level? We always have those, right? Everybody's laughing. It's an understatement. So make sure that you check out our Science Literacy Essentials. This has been written 1 to 2 grade levels below your on grade level text. It is available as a printable, as a fillable PDF, or as a consumable option, okay? It is also available online. I will show you where you can find that later on today. Now, teachers, for those students that might not always have reliable internet connectivity, we also have a solution for you all, and that's with our brand new K-12 Portal app. This allows your students to download their content, complete assignments on their smartphone, and still be able to do everything even without internet connectivity. And that, again, works with your single sign-on. They don't have to remember a separate login in order for the app to work for them. Now, teachers, you're going to have everything you need as well in order to motivate our students and elevate learning, including, of course, your print teacher edition. 5th grade teachers, we know that you have something that you all have to prepare your students, but really, we don't want to wait until 5th grade to prepare our students for our high-stakes assessment. So from kindergarten all the way to 5th grade, we're giving you a Florida assessment test prep that is really going to help mirror the types of questions that they're going to see in that 5th grade assessment. Teachers, of course, you can access all of our digital resources through our online platform. Now, do any of you use Canvas to create assignments for your students? Okay, you can stay inside of Canvas if you wanted to and still have that environment for your students where they access all of the resources through there as well. And of course, also have the option to check out our science lab kits, like you're seeing right here, the one that we have displayed up on the table. Bless you. And every single one of our lab kits already comes also with our grab and go lab kit guides, which we're going to talk about later on today. But you're going to see that we provide you with a really nice balance of both print and digital resources in order to unlock that unlimited potential for your students and really pave the way for standards mastery. Now, when we're talking about standards mastery, right, you're going to see that every chapter, regardless of the grade level, every chapter is structured the exact same way. A lot of the features and benefits that I'm going to share with you are available from kindergarten all the way to 5th grade, okay? So we're going to take a walk today using a 5th grade chapter on forces and motion. She's like, yes. Is that what you're happen to be doing in your classroom right now? Oh, you teach 5th grade. Oh, okay, all the 5th grade teachers are like, yes, perfect. All right. I will highlight stuff for kindergarten and the younger grades as well, though. All right, so we're going to take a look at a 5th grade chapter. Now, every chapter at every grade level is going to engage our students by introducing that driving question. Every lesson is going to build student understanding with rigorous content and high-quality instruction. But we also heard from teachers throughout the state of Florida and throughout your district that said, we want a Nature of Science standalone chapter, but we also want it integrated at the lesson level because those standards are not taught in isolation. I see lots of you nodding. So we heard you loud and clear. The Nature of Science standards are already woven in and embedded at the lesson level. And then, of course, to close out your chapters, you have two options. You have your traditional chapter assessments as well as your STEM projects. Now, before we even begin a lesson, we want to make sure that our students have the prerequisite skills that they need, right? Now, with this 5th grade lesson that we're going to be doing, in grades 1 through 5, kindergarten, where are my kindergarten teachers, by the way? I have one? Just one? She's like, I'm representing. All right, so 1st through 5th grade, you all are going to have a prerequisites or a pre-test, right, for your chapter at the very beginning. This identifies, do our students have the prerequisites that they need in order to be successful with the upcoming content? But let's say that we're about to start this, I give that chapter pre-test, and I see that they're missing some of these prerequisites. That is where our FSAS refresh is going to come into play. We have already identified for you when was the last time that our 5th grade students saw this content? It was back in 4th grade. So it's been a while, right? They might have forgotten a couple of things. We've already pinpointed for you, 5th grade teachers, resources that you can use in order to fill in and remediate right away. Everything from our adaptive learning tools to videos and much more. Now, the FSAS refresh is just one of the many differences that you are going to see today with our Florida Science curriculum. Kindergarten teachers, I know I only have one here today, but make sure that you all tell your kindergarten teachers back at your building, they also have an FSAS refresh, but it's more developmentally appropriate. They're not going to have a pre-test because this is the first time that they're going to be introduced to science content, but they are going to have a circle time activity. It gives the teachers a summary of what the activity is, what materials they're going to use, as well as guiding questions to ask throughout the activity. Now, once our students have those prerequisite skills from kindergarten all the way to 5th grade, right, we then go ahead and we place them right in the middle of the action by introducing them to that driving question. So what do forces have to do with the playground? Our students are going to go ahead and start building their understanding, and they can do this either digitally through our ebook or they can go ahead and start building their understanding using the visuals that are inside the consumable student edition. It also helps our students make those real-world connections. It lets them know that, hey, there's a short 2-minute video that you can watch in order to see these science concepts come to life. So let's take a quick sneak peek at one of the videos.
It's non-stop action and adventure as you learn, what do forces have to do with a playground? Team up with the dynamic duo Force and Motion. No slide is too high or zip line too long for these two. Forces seem to be involved at every turn or change of direction. We must look at the basketball again.
That was just a sneak peek. It's longer than that. But our chapter pretest and our launch video are going to set the pace as we move into the lesson level, right? And of course, every single lesson, from kindergarten to 5th grade, every single lesson is going to follow the 5E lesson model. So today we're going to take a look at our 5th grade lesson on forces. Notice standards are already at point of use. Now this specific lesson is going to take place over the course of 5 days. But teachers, do you ever find that your week is cut short? Maybe there's an assembly, Martin Luther King Day, there's holidays that come into play, right? Well, whenever you're short on time, make sure that you take a look at our Key Moments pathway. This ensures that you can still cover your content in as little as 60 minutes per week whenever you're short on time or whenever it's a short week for you all. These are highlighted in green inside of your teacher edition. So if you have your teacher edition open right now, you want to take a look, you are more than welcome to do so. Now, as you are preparing for your lessons, do you ever come to find out that some of your students have misconceptions or preconceptions around certain topics or content? This is where our brand new Paige Keeley probes are going to come into play. They are already built into your student edition. They are fully colored, so you don't have to project them or anything like that. Now, these Paige Keeley probes are going to help you identify these misconceptions, but also give you the support that you need in order to target or clarify them. So we're going to want, everybody, by the way, is everybody here familiar with who Paige Keeley is? No, only one person. He's like, nope. Paige Keeley, Paige Keeley is the past president of the National Science and Teachers Association. She is a renowned author. We have one of her books right here. But she has written a lot, she's naughty, she's like, yes. She has written a lot of books around these different types of formative assessments that help teachers identify what these misconceptions are that your students might have. So, for those of you that have never seen what a Paige Keeley probe looks like, we're actually going to walk through one real quickly. So I want you to put yourself right now in the mind frame of a 5th grade student. So here our students are talking or they're having a conversation about forces at the bowling alley. So our friend Frank starts off and says, woohoo, I'm at the bowling alley with my family and I just bowled a strike. I think equal forces were involved, but only the bowling ball had energy. Simone chimes in and says, we were just talking about bowling in science class. I think unequal forces were involved and that the energy was transferred from the ball to the pins. Our friend Ali replies and says, oh yeah, I remember that. I think equal forces were involved, but only the pins had energy. And our last friend Alma says, congrats on the strike. I think unequal forces were involved in your strike, but only the ball had energy. Teachers, I want you to turn to the person next to you and tell them, who do you think has the best answer? Now, you're not a teacher, you're a 5th grade student. So who do you think your 5th grade students are going to think has the best answer? Fifth grade student. We haven't done anything with our lesson yet. I'm going to go with Alma. All right, everybody has locked in their vote? It's okay. Now, again, we're introducing the content. We're just beginning the lesson. We're just trying to find out where our students are standing right now. What could be some of their misconceptions? So we can have them definitely do the Paige Keeley probe already in their student consumable edition. We can have them talk to their partner. We can have them write their answer and their explanation down in their science notebook. Now, teachers, we're not going to tell our students at this point in time what the best answer is, because if we tell them the answer, what's going to happen to their thinking? It stops. They're done, right? They're checking out. They're tuning out. But teachers, we're not going to leave you all hanging out at uncertainty. In your teacher edition, you're going to see that we provide you an explanation as to why Simone is the best answer. However, most of you probably answered this the way that your students would, which was, oh, they're probably going to go with Alma or Frank, right? She's like, that's exactly what we said. Now, there's a variety of different strategies that you can use to go along with these probes, like our sticky bar graph. And these probes are available across all grade levels from kindergarten to 5th grade. So this happens to be a graphic novel that comes from our 1st grade student consumable edition. Now, once our students have had an opportunity to have these discussions, we continue to build on their understanding for the lesson by introducing them to the essential questions. So how do forces transfer energy and cause patterns of motion? Our students at this point can build their understanding again using the visuals in our consumable student edition, but there's also a phenomena video to really help them see that science concept in real life and help them bring those connections together. We give them opportunities to turn and talk to their peers, record their observations in the student consumable or in their science notebook. But teachers, when it comes to the science content, what's our students' favorite thing to do? The experiments, the hands-on labs, right? We want to see the science actually take place. Make sure that you check out all of the different types of labs that are available for every single grade level. You have a sampler in your teacher bag, but you're going to see everything from full hands-on labs. Whenever you're short on time, if you need to do more of a quick demo or a teacher-directed lab, you have those as well. Digital simulations for labs that you can't do in your classroom, and every single one of the labs comes accompanied with an editable and fillable lab sheet that's available both in English and in Spanish. Now, to make planning for your labs even easier, teachers, make sure that you check out our options when it comes to our science lab kits. These already come settled for you. Everything is already in a nice sturdy bin, resealable bags that let you know exactly what chapter, what equipment, when are you going to use this, and this is the exact same equipment that you're going to see in just a little bit. Now, there's enough materials in our lab kits for you to go ahead and conduct these experiments with up to 8 different groups of students if you needed to. And the other nice part is that we've already done the heavy lifting for you. We also give you our grab-and-go lab kit guides. This lets the students know what are the materials that they're going to be using, what are the objectives, and what are the expected outcomes. Now, at McGraw-Hill, we're always trying to take it up a step for you all, okay? And that is going to be with our Anytime Investigation videos. These were created by students for students. They're going to walk our students through the process of carrying out the lab without giving them the answer. So let's take a quick look at this one.
Today, you investigate what happens when a moving object collides with an object that is not moving. But first, state a hypothesis. Stationary car as you increase the speed of the moving car. Remember to record your if-then statement on the investigation page or in your notebook.
So we ask them to go ahead and create their if-then statement. It walks them through what are all the materials that they're going to be using. Notice the cars in the video are the exact same cars that are going to come with the lab kits. Then, of course, it also walks them through the different trials and how to set up for each individual trial. And then there's also little reminders built in that say, hey, after you've done that first part of the trial, pause the video, record your answers, and then continue moving forward. Now, teachers, these Anytime Investigation videos, they're perfect for students who might have been absent, for new teachers back at your school that aren't necessarily sure how to carry out these investigations without giving the students the answers, or if you all ever happen to be absent on the day that you had one of these investigations scheduled for, these videos are downloadable for your substitute teachers as well. Now, as we move from Explore, this is also where we want to encourage our students to go ahead and start using the CER framework. They're gathering their evidence, they're making their claim, and then they're going to come back and provide their reasoning behind this. From here, our students are going to continue to build their understanding in the explain phase of our lesson. And we always invite teachers at this point to do a side-by-side comparison with other publishers. You're going to see that we have chunked out the information in a very student-friendly way that is on grade level. But remember, if you have students back in your school, birds chirping. If you have students back at your school, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, who are not reading on grade level, you also have the option to use the science literacy essentials that have been written 1 to 2 grade levels below your on grade level text. Now, if you're a teacher that is fully digital and you're like, Nancy, I want to adjust that Lexile level online, you can also adjust that Lexile level in our student ebook digitally. Now, from here, excuse me, from here, our students, how important is vocabulary, by the way? Very important. You have 2 resources in order to be able to support vocabulary throughout every single lesson. Write these down. The very first one is our interactive word labs, and the second one is going to be our interactive word walls. So let's take a quick look at the interactive word lab and how it's going to work. Do you all remember having to create flashcards when you were in science classroom? These are going to give those flashcards that we had to create a nice little modern twist for your students. So first, the students are learning each word in isolation as they're learning the vocabulary terms. They'll have visuals, they'll have a definition, they'll have a sentence sample both in English and in Spanish. Then they get to answer some follow-up questions just specifically around that vocabulary term. Once they've learned each word in isolation, they can then go and move into the practice it phase. And now in the practice it phase, they're practicing with all of the vocabulary terms for that lesson. Anytime they have to answer any question, it gives them immediate feedback. And then the last part is, of course, the Flip It, which is those digital flashcards where the students can continue to reinforce their understanding. Now, to really bring these vocabulary terms to life, the second resource that we have for support is going to be our interactive word walls. Now, this is thanks to our partnership with Dr. Julie Jackson. And Dr. Julie Jackson has done a lot of work when it comes to ELL support, but not just ELL support, because really all of her strategies can be used with every single one of our students. But she's very big on not giving teachers a pre-made anchor chart that you just put up on your wall, right? Because when you do that, the students don't have any kind of connection. They were not involved in the process. Her interactive word walls are all about getting the students to be the ones that are doing the drawings. They are the ones that are bringing in the examples of what these vocabulary word means. They're writing the sentences just like you're seeing here on the sample that I have on my screen. Now, we're going to continue that ELL support by providing you detailed support inside of your teacher edition, and you're going to see that there's support on all levels of WIDA in here. Now, these are not generic activities like you're going to see with other publishers. These are truly targeted and skills-based support. So you're going to see everything from your sentence frames, your transferable language like cognates and false cognates in here, but you also have the opportunity to be able to give your students that same ebook experience in 133 different languages. Now, we know that the one that everybody usually needs is Spanish. That already comes with there, but you can also toggle that into multiple different languages. Now, we're going to continue. Did she have a question?
I don't know. Does anybody have a question?
Oh, yes.
Were the other word cards also read aloud?
Saw some people's hands going up.
Pops up, everything you can click on and it'll read it to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ebook has full audio support. Yep. What was that?
Are the vocabulary cards also printable?
Yes, the vocabulary cards are printable as well. Yes, absolutely. But you're also going to see that we continue that differentiation story with our STEAM stations. Now, our STEAM stations are truly set it and forget it, and then it's full steam ahead for every single one of our students. And with the differentiation story, we know that we need to meet the needs of every single student, right? From the students that are struggling with the content, as well as the students that are needing enrichment opportunities. So here you're going to see a reinforcement activity. So if our students are having a difficult time identifying equal and unequal forces, I can have them work with a partner and go on a scavenger hunt inside of our classroom or throughout our school. But then you might also, anybody here work with gifted and talented students? There's a few of you. All right. You also have extension activities where you give them a little mini project for them to do. For example, this one, we're asking them to go ahead and figure out how they can get a pencil to go down a ramp only using materials within our classrooms. But you're going to see, of course, connections to art, to math, to technology, and they're already set for you to start using with your students. Now, another piece that everybody already got samples, right? Let me look for this guy here. Now, this is not in your sample bags, but they will be part of what you might get. You probably all got a sample box sent to your school sites or to your locations. I opened these already. These are going to come shrink wrap. These are what we call our STEAM Investigator articles. These are written on 4 different levels, Lexile levels, as well as in Spanish. They're available in print and digitally. These are at the chapter level. Every single one of these is going to provide you with teacher support. So for example, if I just pull up, and right now I'm doing the approaching one, if you open up the teacher support piece that goes with it, when it's shrink wrap, it already gives you activities that you can do with your students. So there are quick check activities, there's writing opportunities, there's engineering opportunities that come with this. So just make sure that you look at these, because like I said, these are going to come shrink wrap already in your box, so just go ahead and take a look. All of the visuals, all of the graphs, all of the information are going to be the same. The only thing that's different is, of course, that approaching on level and beyond level that is already built in. But not only are they aligned to our Florida Science academic standards, but it's also aligned to our ELA BEST standards. So if you needed to pull in that science content during your reading time, you can easily do so with our STEAM Investigator articles, okay? Now, I have shown you so far a plethora of daily differentiated resources in order to meet the needs of every single student in our classroom. But teachers, how long does it take you to truly personalize instruction for every single one of your students? A lot? Would you like some of that planning time back? Meet your digital co-teacher, LearnSmart. LearnSmart is our adaptive and personalized learning resource that you're only going to get with McGraw-Hill Education. Now, LearnSmart is truly going to take the guesswork out of it for you, because with LearnSmart, you are able to pinpoint what are the specific standards or concepts that your students are struggling with and really give them additional practice. So how does it work? When your students first log in, they'll have 2 options. They can either go in and review some resources if they want to go ahead and take a look at some videos, some articles, or if they feel really confident, they can start answering some questions right away. For every single question, they will always have that help section available to go back and review resources. There's built-in audio support, and then they can also keep track of their progress on the top left-hand corner. As students are answering with a variety of different types of questions, like fill in the blank, true and false, multiple choice, down at the bottom, it is asking them to also provide their confidence level. How confident are they about the answer? And they're also getting that immediate feedback right away. But we also understand that if our students get 2 questions wrong back to back, we don't want them to just continue to get all the other questions wrong, right? So after 2 questions that they get wrong, LearnSmart is going to say, hey, pause for a second, go in and review this resource, like this video on fast and fun forces, before you can continue moving forward and answering more questions. Now, LearnSmart also has a built-in spiral review, because we all know that if our students don't use it, they what? They lose it. So it is called a recharge feature. So the students can go in after they've completed the assignment that you've given them, they can recharge and they can continue to reinforce their understanding around those skills and those concepts. Did you have a question?
Does it do like a little diagnostic and then it places them somewhere within that 3 to 5 so that if they're missing skills, or you, the teacher, assigns it?
So if you are a 5th grade teacher, you have access to all of the standards from 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. So if you see that your students are struggling with something specifically, you can say, okay, they're always having a hard time with this standard or with this concept. Let me assign them practice so they can go in. It does not auto-assign, no, because if not, your students would have a very lengthy list of things that, yeah.
Does that include the recharge auto-assigns?
Yeah, so the recharge is, so let's say you gave me 3 standards for me to work on, and I finish your assignment, but I want to go in later on and do a self-study, or I want to go back and review those. I just click on that recharge, and it allows me to go ahead and continue answering questions around that content that you had already assigned me. Good questions. And if you think of anything else, let me know, and we'll continue moving forward. Now, implementing LearnSmart in your classroom is extremely flexible. There's no right or wrong way. You can use it in a flipped classroom. You can use it after you have taught a chapter or after you've taught a specific standard, just to give them opportunities to reinforce. We can have them do a self-pace, or 5th grade teachers, if you know that there are specific standards that your students always struggle with on your state assessment, you can go in and pick those specific standards for our students to do. Now, once our students have a good understanding of the content, we move into Elaborate. Now, Elaborate is all about deepening our students' understanding. And we have an exclusive partnership with If Then Videos. So the students will have an article inside of their consumable student edition, and then there's an additional video that helps them see, hey, how do forces tie in with our architect/goalie, Kimberly Sass, when it comes to her having to create blueprints around buildings? Now, there's just a snippet in there. The video is much longer. Now, from Elaborate, we of course want to evaluate our students' understanding of the content. The Evaluate pages are already built into the student consumable, so if you wanted to take a grade out of it for you all, the pages are perforated. You can take those out. Every question is tagged to our standards. And of course, the other thing that we're going to do is we're always going to come back and revisit that Paige Keeley probe. Remember, we started our lesson with the probe, and we identified that most of our students were probably going to agree with Frank and Ali and maybe even Alma. Not that many agreed with Simone. But now that they've had the opportunity to read about the content, to have discussions, to watch videos, to do a hands-on exploration, now their thinking has evolved. And we want them to have those aha moments, because now they can all, most of them, see that the best answer truly was Simone out of all the options that we had. Now, the chapter wrap-up, again, is already built into your student edition. And at this point, we also ask our students to go back and revisit the driving question that we introduced them to as we close out our chapter. But another fun way to be able to assess our students is through our premium partnership with Kahoots. Anybody here use Kahoots? Yes, we love Kahoots. Guess what? Take out your phones, because we're actually going to do a Kahoot right now. So these are already embedded at the chapter level for every single grade level for every chapter, so you don't have to create them on your own. And hopefully all of my stuff is still loaded and it did not sign me out. You won't need a separate account. It'll already be within our platform. You'll just be able to launch it. Now, we're going to do a very short Kahoot today. It's only going to be 3 questions. And there are different question types, by the way. They're already created for you. Yep. And all different types of questions are already built in there for you as well. So you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, with the Kahoots, they've been vetted, so you don't have to worry about the content.
Yep.
All of that's been vetted.
It goes with the lessons and the standards that you've been working on for that chapter. Yes? Every grade level. Everybody gets these. Kindergarten to 5th grade. Everybody gets them. All right, was everybody able to get in? Not yet? Are we good? All right, I think everybody's logged in. Amy knows best. Who's Amy? Where's Amy? Are you?
All right, Amy.
Hey, Amy. All right, here we go. Let's get started. The very first one, true or false? Push and pull your way to the top. True or false? A gymnast is standing on a balance beam. Gravity is the only force acting on her. A gymnast is standing on a balance beam. Gravity is the only force acting on her. It's my new phone and it timed out. All right. Come on. Let's see who's on. Amy, let's see if you're at the top of the leaderboard. You're not, Amy. Meredith. Meredith is on the leaderboard. Let's see. All right, this one is a multi-select, so make sure you select all that apply and then click submit, okay? A boy is flying a kite. Which statements can be made about the forces acting on the kite? Select all that apply and make sure you click submit. Did you click submit?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be wrong.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. All right. Let's see, Meredith. Meredith is holding. Where is Meredith? Now I want to know. There you are. Let's see. We got one more. This one you have to type your answer. A baseball is hit into the air. Which force causes the ball to fall to the ground? Baseball is hit into the air. What causes it to fall to the ground? Type your answer. Yes, this is an entry one. Remember I said the Kahoots are going to have a variety of different question types. It's not always true and false or multiple choice. Now again, this is a 5th grade one, by the way, y'all. The correct answer was gravity. All right, let's see who's got bronze. Joe.
Where's Joe?
Woohoo!
All right.
Silver. Tish. Where's Tish? There you go. Meredith. Drum roll. Did you hold on to your lead, Meredith? Look at you.
Meredith, pulled it out. Meredith. All right.
All right, Meredith. I was going to say virtual candy, but he's actually going to give you candy this time around. All right. So like we said, already created for you, ready for you all to start using with your students in your classrooms in order to be able to assess their understanding. Now teachers, so far I've shared with you a variety of resources in order to pave the way to standards mastery. And to continue to pave the way for standards mastery, we're also going to provide you with a complete toolkit of assessments, whether that be diagnostic assessments for the beginning of the school year or for the beginning of every single chapter with those chapter pre-tests. You have daily formative assessments like the Kahoots, the Paige-Keeley probes, and then you also have a suite of summative assessments, including your traditional chapter assessments, as well as our Florida test prep. Now, with our Florida test prep, we want our students to practice exactly how they're expected to play at every single grade level. In your bags and at the schools that you already received your sample boxes, you're going to see a Florida assessment guide that looks just like this for every grade level. And now mine is going to be the 5th grade. Like I said, we want our students to practice how they're expected to play. Especially in 5th grade, your students have a good chunk of their exam is tied to text-dependent questions or context-dependent questions. Well, they'll be giving some information, they'll be provided with an illustration or some data, and then they have multiple questions that they have to answer. Now, in our guided practice here, you're going to see same type of question, but for each one of those follow-up questions, comes equipped with a science coach tip. This is just a little bit of scaffold, a little reminder, a little tip for our 5th grade students in order to help them get to the correct answer. From that guided practice, we then move into independent practice. We take away that scaffold. They're still working with context-dependent questions, but they no longer have that science coach tip. Now, teachers, you of course will have your answer keys as well as answer rationales behind it. But for those of you that like to assess your students in ways other than the traditional assessment, at the end of every chapter, you also have a STEM project like the one that you're seeing here, where students are being asked to build a toy derby car. But there are some stipulations. That car has to be able to go not just down a ramp, but also up a ramp, and there's a rubric that goes along with it for you all to be able to evaluate them. Now, all of our assessments can be administered either in print or online. If completed online, there is full audio support as well as other accessibility features. And then teachers, you all gain access to our online test generator. With our online test generator, we give you pre-made assessments that you can use the way that they are, but you can also modify and edit. If you wanted to create your own standards-based assessment, we have a question bank that you can pull from. Or if you just wanted to create your own questions, we also give you the ability to do that as well. Now, there are 19 different question types that you can choose from. But why the difference in color? The ones in black, those are the basic questions that every other publisher is going to give you. However, we are not basic at McGraw-Hill Education, so we wanted to make sure that we gave you an opportunity to create image labeling questions, drag and drop questions. My personal favorite, the audio recording, especially for the little ones. It allows them to be able to give you an explanation and record themselves, and then you just play it back. Now, if your students are completing all of these assessments online, you have a variety of reports. I can see how my entire class is doing on all of these assessments and activities. If I have a parent-teacher conference for Rose, I can pull up the report just for Rose. I can even take a look real quickly at the item analysis and see right away, a lot of my students struggled with question number 4. And because every question is tagged to standards, if there's a standard that I see that my students need a little bit of support with, guess what? There's a resource that I can assign to them. Does anybody remember what that resource is? LearnSmart. There's LearnSmart that I can go in and assign to my students right away. Now, teachers, everything that I've shown you can easily be accessed through our digital platform. Now, I know that some of you said that you're using Canvas. I can always go back and show you what that Canvas navigation is going to look like. I signed into our demo account because that's what you're going to be using in order to review our content and look at how everything is structured and laid out. So I'm going to do my navigation from here. Over on the left-hand side is going to be my main menu, so you can always get to anything that you need from over here. Down at the bottom, you have your student ebook, the teacher ebook digitally, and then you also have the Spanish ebook for the students. Now, there were a couple of things that I mentioned when I was talking about the digital ebook. I'm going to pop it open in another tab for you all. But with the digital ebook, two things that I want to make sure that you write down. One, of course, is the ability to adjust. I can barely see the mouths. The ability to adjust the Lexile level can easily be done for your entire class, for just a handful of students, or even just one student by simply clicking the 3 dots and then selecting the lower Lexile level. The other thing that I mentioned earlier in the presentation is using Google Translate, we can translate this entire page for our students into 133 different languages. What's another language other than Spanish that you all have had at some point in time? Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, maybe? German, French. All right, you guys are throwing everything at me. We're just going to go with Korean for right now. I'm going to select Korean. It goes ahead, it changes it instantly. Not only does it do the text, but it also does the captions that go along with the images. So it's a nice feature to have in order to be able to support all of our different language learners that we might come across. Now, I'm going to come back to the dashboard. To get to your lesson level resources, you're always going to come up here to the table of contents. When you click on the drop down, it's going to have all of your chapters. Find the chapter that you want to look at, a specific lesson. To the right-hand side of each chapter, there's a little arrow. Click the arrow, select the lesson. Every lesson comes with a ready-made digital presentation as well as a downloadable PowerPoint. So if you're like, I don't want to rely on internet connectivity issues, I'd rather have it downloaded, you can go ahead and download these and edit them as you see fit. Now, the digital presentation for Lesson 8.1 on forces, I lost my mouse, there it is right up here on the top right-hand side. Now, does anybody here teach a morning class and an afternoon class? Okay, if you make any changes to your digital presentation for the morning class, and you want to make those same changes to the afternoon class, you just click the 3 dots, sync the presentation, and that same changes that you made to the digital presentation will be there for the afternoon class. Now, as we scroll down, you're always going to see your student ebook in English and in Spanish for that lesson. And then everything is neatly organized into what we call our digital file folders. So if you wanted to look at your teacher planning resources, I have an editable lesson plan, and then here's that downloadable presentation. You just open it up and download it to your computer. I'm going to continue to scroll down. If you want to assign any resource for your students, like the word walls that we took a look at earlier today, I can go ahead and just click the assign button and it walks me through the steps on how to assign it. Now, do any of you, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here, do any of you have your own resources that you like to use for specific lessons? Maybe you created a video, maybe you have a PDF file or your own PowerPoint presentation, right? We can simply go down here, click on Added Resources. You'll notice that I brought in a video. This is a YouTube video that I brought in from the web. When you bring in any of your resources, we treat it like one of ours. I can make this a digital assignment for my students, or if I want to add it to that digital presentation that we're giving you that's ready-made, you just toggle that little button on, and now it becomes part of my digital presentation. So, teachers, I have shown you, real quickly, basic navigation that you can use in order to go ahead and start using our resources right away with your students, right? Now, that same level of support that you find online can also be found inside your Print Teachers Edition. At the lesson level, you're going to see that you're going to have that 5E labeled across the top. We let you know for each part of the 5E that the time block is about a 45-minute block, right? Now, we also make it even easier when it comes to your planning. Planning with us is as easy as 1, 2, 3. At the very top, you're going to see your Get Ready section. So what is it, how is it that you're planning for that day or that part of the E? What is it that you're going to be using to teach? What are the resources, whether it's a page from the consumable, whether it's a video, what is it that we're using? And then, of course, how are we assessing our students' understanding at the end of each part of the 5E lesson? Now, one of the things that I mentioned earlier, was if you are ever short on time, make sure that you take a look at our Key Moments pathway. This allows you to still be able to address all of your standards in as little as 60 minutes per week. For each part, you're going to see that it's highlighted in green inside your teacher edition. Now, we also understand that in order to have a successful implementation of any curriculum, professional development plays a key component. So we, of course, have a team of curriculum specialists like myself who will work with your district. We have our professional learning director who will also work with your district and decide what does year 1 PD need to look like versus year 2, whether it's face-to-face, whether it's virtual, whether it's a Q&A session. And of course, if you want to do a little bit of PD in your PJs, we also have a video collection from our authorship team. So in order to help you continue to get all the things that you need covered. All right, so we've shared with you a lot of different resources. I showed you the digital platform. We started today's presentation by telling you that we really wanted to focus on what sets McGraw-Hill Florida Science apart from any other curriculum. And everything that you see here on the list are truly exclusives that you're only getting with our curriculum. So we are the only ones that have those exclusive partnerships or premium partnerships, whether it's the Paige Keeley probes, the interactive word walls with Dr. Julie Jackson, the If-Then career connections, the Kahoots, which everybody seemed to enjoy, our digital co-teacher, which is LearnSmart, our Florida Standards Refresh, giving you the opportunity to identify those prerequisite skills at the beginning of every single chapter. Did I miss anything? The Science Literacy Essentials, I mean, I can go on, but these are truly exclusive just to us. So teachers, before I open it up for any questions, I just want to say real quickly, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for your consideration. We, of course, would love to partner with you, and we ask for your vote for McGraw-Hill Florida Science. Take a picture if you want. You also have in your bags, can I borrow yours again? What was it, Amy? You also have in your bags digital access. Here it is. This little guy here. This also gives you digital access, and it walks you through. Oh, Mike is going to be my Vanna. I didn't have to take it out for you guys.
I was just holding it for you, Nancy, yeah.
But
this is an
yeah,
important piece right here.
that's going to walk you through the click path. I mean, you all have a lot of presentations today, and I know that we had a lot to share with you all. But any questions, anything to clarify for you all? Yes?
Do we get those kits that come with it? Like, is that part of it, or is that something separate?
It's an option, yeah. It's a separate option, yes.
Which things come with like price?
So the only thing that is a separate purchase are the kits. Like the STEAM Investigator articles come with it, the STEAM stations come with it, the Florida Standards Refresh, the Kahoots, the Paige Keeley Pro, the only thing that is a separate one would be the kits. That is the only thing that's a separate option. Everything else that I've shown you is completely included.
Part of the strategy of that is a lot of teachers don't use the kits, so it's more of an a la carte type of thing for the district. And we could sit down, you can buy it as from a school, a teacher can buy them, things like that. So it's not bundled into a price where everybody has to buy the kit, because then the price is going to shoot way up high. So we just kind of, this way we can, as needed, and we can have those discussions with the leadership, either at your school or at the district.
Yeah. What else? Yes.
The Kahoots, if the kids don't have their phones available to them in class, can they be done on like their Chromebooks?
Yes.
And
Yeah, you can do it.
how do you do that?
They just, you can actually sign into Kahoot, and then, or there'll probably be a link once they get it.
I was going to say, do the students have Chromebooks?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, or iPads, yeah. They just turn on the camera, scan that QR code, and they're in. They don't need a separate account if that's what you guys your main concern is.
It's not part of the platform. It's not, the quiz isn't in the platform. You'd have to go from the platform to Kahoots.
So it's an internal link still within McGraw-Hill. So like they're not really leaving to go to Kahoot. Like it looks like they are, but they're not.
Well, I've done it where they leave and they just bookmark the Kahoot and then they go into it and then there's that button at the bottom and they put the code in.
How much of a pain is it to turn the camera on? The only time I've
No,
ever noticed it.
it's on the Chromebook.
Yeah.
So they don't need the camera the way I'm doing it.
All right, so it's on like ClassLink?
Well, no.
Like, where's the, how do they get?
It's bookmarks.
It's bookmark. It's just a shortcut.
They have the-
She's done it with like a shortcut.
Yeah, and then once they bookmark it, then they just, it's in the bookmark bar, and then they just go, like, sorry.
No worries, no worries. It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, because I do
All right.
Look It as
Yes.
well, but Look It is on an icon on the.
No. So that's a really good question. So I don't know if you all heard. She wanted to know if the questions that are in the assessment guide are going to be, or if they're the same ones that are in the pre-made assessments. No. These questions are completely different from the pre-made assessments for the chapters and for the lessons.
This
Yep.
one didn't have the assessment, and it didn't have the other thing.
Which bag is it?
Which,
Third grade.
what grade level?
Third grade.
Yep.
And it didn't
Yes.
have the,
I noticed when going on and looking at the assessments for first grade, that it has 5 questions, but each question is on 1 page. So if I were to print it, I'd have to print 5 pages.
This
for
one may
just
have been
one
picked.
You shouldn't. Let me take a look at it, and if there's something maybe that we need to give feedback on to our team, we can let them know. So, for example, what grade did you say you were in? Let me go in real quickly for first grade. What other question can I answer while I'm finding my,
And then you'll have a.
where's my first grade?
Let me get you my card.
There we go. What else can I answer while I go into the assessments? I felt like somebody over here was raising their hand. No? Yeah, absolutely. You can create your own assessments and pull in some of our pre-made, not assignment, you can pull in some of our pre-made questions, or if you wanted to create your own, you could also create your own assessments. Was there a specific one that you were looking at, or?
The first chapter.
Was it just a lesson review?
Oh, no, the chapter.
The chapter test? Okay, so you went here, print.
What pieces were
So you can adjust the font, by the way, and the spacing and all that kind of stuff. I'm just gonna say, give me an answer key, generate PDF. So it'll tell you that it's in your downloads. The downloads that it's referring to is right here. It will give you a little prompt. It'll say in progress. It shouldn't be a full 1 page per question. Okay, we can take that back to our team to see if it's something that we haven't. Yeah, that would be 5 pages. Yeah. Okay. Yep, we can take it back to our team. What else? Yeah, they can also do it online, absolutely. And if you wanted to preview it, you can just click on the title of it. And right up here, it'll say student preview, so you can actually see what it looks like online. Like here?
Yeah, it wouldn't let me pull that up.
Yeah, because that's what it would look like for them.
Okay, it might just be my tab.
Okay. Okay, you scared me there for a second. I was like, it should open up for everybody, no matter what grade level they're looking at. But I'll find out about the printing to see if it's just on your device or if it's just happening across the board for all of them. Yes?
Do you guys offer on-site training at the schools as well?
I don't know if it'll be school by school. It's usually like a district-wide PD, and we can have multiple sites if it's, a district-wide PD where it'd say, okay, well, we need somebody like in the north as well as in the south, central part, whatever it is. Yeah. What else? Oh, so I didn't go over that. That is a sampler. Let me grab this person's real quickly. So this is just a sample. Do you all use science notebooks in your classroom? So this is just a sample. It's not something that comes with the program, but it's just to say like, hey, I'm not really sure, or if you have a new teacher that says, I'm not really sure what needs to be in my science notebook, it just kind of gives you a sample of different things that you can either tear from the consumable and put in here, or foldables that you can add on to it. So this is just a sample. That's all this is. What else?
Okay, no, I'm just making sure.
The consumable, I don't know if you guys is that what you all are talking about? The consumable does get replaced every year for the life of the adoption, so you will have a new set.
There's a lot of information, and you did it.
I know it's a lot, and we go at a very perky pace because we have a lot to cover.
Right, it's
Still have 5 minutes. so-
Fergie pace.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right, so we have a couple of minutes. I want to ask you all, since you guys, and this might lead to other questions, but out of everything that we showed you all today, what did you find are some of the most beneficial resources that we're offering you with McGraw-Hill Florida Science? The vocabulary support?
The differentiation.
The differentiation. So vocabulary support, remember, you have the word walls, the interactive word labs, those are fully digital for the students to go in and practice. They get that immediate feedback for the questions. Then you have the interactive walls. I didn't talk about this, but we give teachers the framework at the chapter level, so you kind of know how it is that what the word wall needs to look like. However, then the students are the ones that are adding and creating to it. What was the other piece that you said?
No, I said like the differentiation.
Which piece?
The text that was below level.
The differentiation with the
And that will
Lexile
read to
level?
them. It will read it.
It will read it to them. And then remember, you also have the science literacy essentials. So the nice thing about this is if you open it up to the same chapter and the same lesson in your consumable student edition, you're going to see the same headings, the same subheadings, the same vocabulary. It's just this one has additional scaffolded reading tips and support built in already. What else?
Digital as well?
This is available digital as well. Yep. And it's available as a fillable PDF.
So that's basically lower Lexile digital,
Mhm.
same as clicking on the lesson and lowering
Mhm.
it. It basically turns into that book.
Into this. Yep, absolutely. What else? What else did you guys like? Oh, yeah.
1 for 4.
The 4-to-1 ratio. Do you want to say it a little louder? So, I just want to clarify, or Sally wants to clarify for the science literacy essentials what the ratio is, because it's not 1-to-1, because we know that not every single student needs this.
So for every 4 student bundles you purchase, you'll get 1 science literacy essentials. So essentially for a fourth of your class.
Yeah. Or, again, you have it digitally, which is the ebook.
So it is
Yep.
digital, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It is available digital. So like if you need it for your entire class this upcoming school year, it is available digitally as well. Yep. What else? So we like the differentiation. We like the vocabulary support. What else did you all?
Key moments.
The key moments, yes. Especially, how long do you all have for your science block?
30 minutes.
How much?
30 minutes.
30? 20? She's like 30-ish if we're lucky. Okay, so we like the key moments pathway. And again, it doesn't always apply to the block, right? Because again, sometimes you have those short weeks where you have to build in a little bit more content and you're pressed for time. What else? You guys are really quiet over here. What was something that you all liked? You have all of her books? So now, the Paige Keeley probes that come with every single one of our lessons, by the way, are not the same ones that are in her book. She actually wrote these specifically for every single one of our lessons. What else were you going to say? Or somebody started saying something. Yeah, that quick toggle with Google Translate. Yep.
Is
You
there
all?
anything that you made, something you have to have that you did not see? Because we can't cover everything in an hour, and I meant to say that in the beginning. Is there anything that's missing that you're like, because it may be in the program, we just didn't get to show it to you. So is there any
Ooh.
must-haves that's missing?
Now, we do. There's different interactive labs available at the different grade levels depending on the lesson. The last thing that I almost forgot to show, how many of you are Canvas users right now? You're like, I want to be able to still be able to push out assignment. She's like, I'm the only one. All right, this is just for you then. So you can stay within the shell of Canvas and have your students complete assessments, open their ebook, do all of that stuff that I just showed you within here. So here I have my 5th grade module. I have some stuff already open here or loaded in here. So I can easily open, if I wanted to open that student ebook for that specific lesson, notice, same navigation, there's my Paige Keeley probe. My students have the arrows up at the very top. There's my investigation, vocabulary. This looks just like it did over there. Now, if you wanted to create your own or you wanted to pull in content for your students, we have integration with the LTI. So you would simply click the 3 dots, go to the McGraw-Hill LTI link. You'll see the table of contents just how I showed you. I've already linked my 5th grade class, so I can launch it, and I would just select to bring in those pre-built assignments. So it'll look like the digital table of contents that I showed you earlier. Here's all my chapters. Find the chapter that I want. Load the lesson content that I want. It's loading right now. Come on. It'll show me all of my my student-facing resources. So whether it's a lab, whether it's the digital presentations, the vocabulary, you would just check off whatever it is that you want to assign or pull in, and then you bring it into Canvas. So easy integration. All right, I think I'm just about time. Go ahead.
Excuse me. All right, we're up against it. Ryan has gotten out of his chair, so I think we have 1 minute left. We really appreciate your engagement and your excitement. You can see how excited we are about the program with everything that Nancy has talked about. Nancy did an awesome job. We appreciate that. Going forward, this is a huge decision, and I hear a lot of, man, that's a lot of material, that's a lot of information, but it's 5 years, so you're not going to put it all in the first 6 months. But at the end of 6 months, you're not going to go digging on your own for resources that sometimes happens with other programs. So it's a comprehensive program that you're going to be able to grow with throughout the 5 years. So, following your careful examination of the materials, we ask that you vote for McGraw-Hill Florida Science as your choice for Okaloosa's students and teachers. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you
if
all.
you have any questions that we didn't answer, you can let Ryan know, and he will email us, and we'll get those to you. And if you want any extra bags, you can take them. Thank you.
I want to thank McGraw-Hill. We'll be on a break until 1:15. That'll be our last one for the day. 1:15, we'll come back.
Oh, I will walk away with it too.
Oh, okay, no, I've done it before.
But I'll be back tomorrow to give it to you.
So we will go ahead and start off with our last presentation for the day. We're going to turn the floor over to Savis, and they can show you what they got.
Thank you, guys. I'm Ty Easy. I'm your local account manager, and I live right over in Panama City Beach, so I'm not too far from you. But we thank you for the opportunity to be here. Now, we were former teachers, LaTanya and Rachel and I, and we understand where you're coming from. What's the most important thing that you don't have enough of?
Time.
Yes, thank you. All right, so when we were restructuring and adding and bringing this product to market, we kept that in mind because I know you guys are really reviewing programs all day long, and then, of course, you got to go back to your schools and talk with teachers there. But keep in mind and keep in focus also that you have a lot of teachers teaching out of field. I see a lot of hands shake. You also have a lot of probably permanent subs that are filling in at this time, too. So if you don't have enough time, what do you think they're not going to have enough of? Same thing, right? So what we've tried to do is bring you the product that is going to give you that time back, because I know the main focus is a lot of times is ELA and math, right? But if you look at this product and you look at this student edition and you go to the first tab, if you have yours out, by the way, we've included everything you need to teach the science, including the phenomenon, including hands-on activities, including the CER right there in the student edition. So you don't have to go to another book to find that. You don't have to go online to pull that off. It's all right here in front of you. But if you pull to that first tab, you're going to see your students are going to be familiar with and experience Florida. So they're going to understand about alligators and the swamps and the beaches and the hurricanes. We wanted to make sure that they could relate and engage in this program. Who remembers back in the ELA day, FCAT, I'm kind of probably going way back when, where the camel was on the FCAT and nobody knew what it was in the state of Florida. Thank you, right? Because they weren't relatable. So we thought about that in this program, and we made sure your students are going to be able to relate to this program. So when I say everything is in this book, anybody remember the old Nissan Xterra? Okay. Their commercial just stood out to me all the time. And it was always everything you need and nothing you don't. So we're not going to give you two big books that are about 3 inches thick that you're going to have to go through and you'll never make it through. You're going to be able to teach science the way it needs to be taught, covered all the standards, all the 5E, everything within the student edition. Now you have resources online, and we're going to show you that in the Great Assessment Platform. And LaTanya's going to go through that all. But think about all the other teachers who are looking at programs today when you do this. And one other thing, in your folders, you probably thank me for this a little later, but your rubrics are already completed. So now you can go through and you can sit and really enjoy without trying to write down everything. So in there is that. You're welcome. It's okay. But also, we have some activities for you today. LaTanya will lead you through there. So I'm going to shut up. I'm going to hand it over to her because you're really here to hear her and what we have to offer. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
All right, welcome to Savis Science Explorations. I'm incredibly excited to be back because I have been one of the people who gets to partner with you for your math. Is anyone in this room teach math and science? Oh, wow. Okay, anybody primarily K2? Where are my K2ers? And then my 3-5. All right, well, we're gonna meet the needs of everyone, but I do feel like as a teacher, you wanna kind of know the flow of what we're gonna be experiencing. We're gonna have a little bit of a focus on a K2 band, but then we're gonna kind of take a deeper dive through a lesson that's 5th grade. So we're gonna stay in that K2 band at first, but then we're gonna dip out. And one of the things I wanted to do, because many of you teach math and science, I want to get a pulse check on what you know about the Savis platform. So first of all, on a scale of 0 to 5, how comfortable do you feel navigating the Savis platform for the math? On a scale of 0 to 5, okay? All right, so one of the things we did, just so you know that we are partners with you, so we listened in 2 ways. We listened to science and we listened to math. And we are learning and we're continuously improving, and that's something I want you to remember. But I'm going to dive into the program now. And so we'd like to start by asking you to think about things that seem impossible. And I don't mean waking up in the morning. I mean like for real things. If you think of any technological advancement in the world, at one point we thought it was impossible. The light bulb. So what type of scientific thinking must have been in Thomas Edison's mind when he invented the light bulb? Because think about all the things that were inspired by that moment. Think about televisions. People thought, oh my goodness, we can't get pictures in a box. And now look at you with your cell phone, watching things live from anywhere in the world. Space exploration, man on the moon. Everything at some point people thought was impossible until it wasn't. Sometimes it can seem impossible meeting the needs of the students across the state of Florida. And we wanted to join you on a mission. Approximately how many students actually pass that 5th grade science exam? You want to keep that number in your head? Approximately how many, right? What percentage? Only 48% of the 5th graders pass the state exam. But how many of those students were actually proficient? Ooh, fewer than a quarter. That's a big deal. So we, being partners, long-standing partners right here in Florida, we want to help with that mission, but we need your help. We need you right now, actually, to be willing to voice your opinion right now while you have a chance. What would help us to make it possible, mission possible, for our students in science? Other than time, what is this? If I had a magic wand and I'm giving you a big budget, you can have anything you want, what's the missing link to science? Anything come to mind? What's the missing link? They need more hands-on. Anybody else agree with that statement? Do they only need to see it once, and then they're good to go? How techie are these students? Would it benefit them to be multimodal or multiple representation? Do they need more than one type of encounter? Would that benefit our students? Anything else? Do they have the vocabulary? How can we help them? How can we help our students? So one of the things we did is we listened to you and we listened to that state charge and we said we want to contribute. And one of the first ways we wanted to contribute was in your bag, okay? And we did a unique partnership with WestEd. Give me a wave if you know anything about WestEd. Anybody know anything about WestEd? So they're long-standing partners that partner with the State Department of Education. They focus only on assessments. So when people want to know for sure, and this is exclusive to us, when people want to know for sure, is it aligned? Is it equitable? Is it safe? Is it accurate? Is it aligned to the state test specifications? Does it have the right DOK levels? This is who they go to, WestEd. So we partnered with them. We didn't want to leave it up to chance. So that's really powerful because this book right here will be an individual consumable replaced from year to year in all of my tested grade levels. Give me a wave if you're the tested grade level. It's too late to wait till 5th grade. We know that and we heard that directly from our current partners. You told us you needed this. So this is one way that we're going to address the rubric. You'll notice I tried to help you out a little bit with your rubric as well because I said I know you guys are sitting through a lot of sessions, so I put in there targeted assessments. But you'll also notice that some things, aspects about our program kind of weave throughout the whole program. So sometimes I put no number there or whatever. I just want you to kind of realize that, hey, this kind of connects to a lot of things in your rubric. It's kind of overlapping. But I thought it was powerful to start here. Common question we always get asked is, Latanya, is there extraneous content? Because before we were partners with you and we had extraneous content. So we want you to know this program is built from the ground up with you in mind. You will see some components, for example, the authors. The authors are the same, but you'll notice we brought in additional authors and we combined. I don't know if anyone knows Jackie Speak, who's done a lot of work right here for the State Department. I don't know if you're familiar with some of our other authors, but I'll be sharing them with you on the screen. But I want you to know that we've gotten rid of that extraneous content. Now on the screen you see 5th grade readiness assessment, life benchmark, earth benchmark, physical. We have those categories for every grade level. Okay? Every grade level has a practice collection that they can utilize from our platform. So multiple assessment options, readiness assessments, topic assessments. And I'm going to go deeper into lesson-specific quizzes and support. But I wanted you to know out the gate that we have something K through 5 that you do not have to build that is aligned. And yes, we heard you. If you said there was some content we did not feel was aligned well enough, that's why they went back to the drawing board, and we want to give you the best possible product that you can have. But we're excited because we hear your voice. We have you beside us saying we want this customized specifically to Florida. So what we've done is, how many of you have used ExamView? Anybody? So if you have, you may realize that we can scramble the problems, sort them. So they'll have additional questions in ExamView in addition to what you have, and that isn't exclusive for us. So I can mix the questions so that this student seated beside this student won't look at each other's answers or anything like that. We can build something, and then we also have a private collection in which you can pull if you're at the district level and you're wanting to have something that, you know, all of your teachers don't get access to. So we have that flexibility built into our program. Next thing I want you to do is to grab that teacher guide. This is your guide on the side. We thought about you, and we wanted you to know that everything you need, your baseline is here, but I'm going to show you there's some things you don't see because it's in a platform. So one of my biggest charges today is, when you get a chance, log in. When you get an opportunity, log in and click around, because there are some things you won't see it here, because as longstanding partners with you all, we're one of the first publishers to have, for example, PowerPoints. But we've done something different with our PowerPoints because we learned from you that you wanted to have support built in under the slides. So what you're seeing on the screen is my teacher guide on the side and a companion, which is manageable. It's available in English and Spanish. You'll notice that we have scaffolded text. We have just the right amount of texts that are varied, and that's because we don't want to over-scaffold. It's super important that we don't over-scaffold. We're very sensitive about that because we believe in being equitable, especially for students who have different learning accommodations. So if we over-scaffold, our students won't be equipped, especially if some of our students are taking an assessment and they are not allowed to have it leveled. They're not allowed to have it scaffolded. So we have very intentional scaffolding options that are built into our program. I want you to grab these vocabulary cards. When you have a chance, explore. Okay, so these are going to be bilingual vocabulary cards. We even have them digitally so you can share them with families. Many of you nodded your head when we said they don't have the vocabulary. So that essential vocabulary is built into our collection. Our grades 3 through 5 assessments, we talked briefly about that, which has a mixture of assessment options for you. And then we have our classroom lab kits. On a scale of 0 to 5, one more time, how many materials do you have? You have what you need? A 5, I got everything I need. I don't need any extra. So what we have in existence for us is we do have classroom essentials kit, and then we have a different kit that is for if you need everything. You need a lot of stuff. There's been a lot of movement or turnover, and you don't have all the components that you want. But our program, to make it equitable, we made sure it's something small enough to put on your shelf, easy to manage, and you're noticing that all of these items pass that Dollar Tree test. So that everybody in this room, no matter what, even if they don't buy those kits, they can say, yes, we got what we need. And most importantly, my labs can be replicated at home with families or with co-teachers and mentors because they're easy, friendly items that you would find anywhere. And then our Savvis Realize platform, many of you said you are for. Awesome, outstanding. That platform allows you to be flexible in accessing all of these powerful, rich resources for your students. So again, we do have these different lab kits, but we want you to know that if there was anything that you all needed from us, you would talk, your leadership would talk directly with Ty and would get you exactly what it is that you need. But today I'm going to focus on just using that simple essentials kit to do what? To help you with your rubric. I did bring in this slide because I wanted you to notice that we focus on high impact strategies. Okay, so that means that Hattie, you heard of the Hattie strategies? We know that those are in the very beginning. If you take this teacher guide and you were to open it up to the very beginning page, you'll start to meet our authors and you'll start to notice that I recognize these contributors. These are people who are right here on the ground in Florida. So it is aligned, but most importantly, we're bringing in a phenomenon. As he said, as you turn the pages, when Ty had you turn pages, students will recognize what they're discussing. We have a STEAM interactive lab. You'll notice that that is going to bring in some rich components and options for the students to interact because they are multimodal learners. We're going to make sure that we have presentation support. Below those presentation slides, I'm going to show you how powerful that could be in your classroom. And yes, our presentation slides are different. They are different because how many have ELL students? Imagine those ELL supports, the different levels of supports on the bottom of those slides. You have your leveled text, the just right amount of leveled components, and then you have exit tickets. So again, that was just a high-level overview. Right now, you have one little bag on your table, and I want you to look at that bag, and I want you to take a small moment to just observe and compare these objects and sort them any way that you like. How might you sort them? And we won't take long. This is just a second grade moment. We said we live in the K2 band for a moment. I heard this group say texture. Somebody's talking about size, weight. So that was fairly easy, right? That was fairly easy. One of the things we wanted you to notice is that our program is designed to activate those thoughts, activate critical thinking. So one of the things that might have happened, imagine if I had done this after playing a video of water in a boat. One of the things the students might do is they want to see which items might sink and which items might float. So we want you to know that every hands-on activity is so intentional. It will activate those student thoughts. We wanted you to know that every activity, every lesson has that fast track component, and it doesn't have to be wild and crazy for us to get deep, rich, authentic thoughts in the minds of our students, does it? You were already laughing. You were already enjoying yourself, and science should be what? It should be fun. It should be something that I feel connected to. And that can happen when we give you something to touch and something that we can replicate even at home. Now, the rubber ducky, I snuck that in because guess what? Parents might go home, and parents might help them to understand sinking and floating and those things that help us go a little deeper. We wanted you to know that we have a continuum. What's powerful about it is we were so intentional about the golf ball. We were so intentional about the textures that were in your bag. One thing that people take for granted is the labs are very intentional. So at a glance, oh, that's easy. Oh, no, it wasn't. It wasn't that easy. It wasn't until that one group sorted by weight, that one group sorted by what would sink or float, and then another kid said, I get it, the light bulb goes off. So what you're looking at on the screen is another version of a sorting experience, but this is third grade, and you're starting to notice that they get to choose the objects. They get to draw conclusions. And one of the things that's a favorite request from Okaloosa was we like to tweak it. We like to make it our own, so they're modifiable. That means I can share it with the parent. I could give them some different options. That means I could replicate, oh, I want to do this lab one more time, and that helps all of us out because some of you said, I don't have a science coach. You are the coach. So how are you going to get those interactions in your class? You're going to have labs that are modifiable, downloadable, or you can use them online. So we wanted to make sure that you all understood our entire program is grounded on standards. We know that something as simple as sorting starts out in kindergarten. By the time we make our way to second grade, there's a continuum. Everything has to be aligned. That's how we build that connection from grade level to grade level. Welcome to Savage Science Exploration. We build on that existing knowledge, and it's a powerful way to do it. One of the things that stood out to me about Okaloosa is there were some teacher leaders right here that said they use digital playlists. Give me a wave if you've created a digital playlist before. So if you haven't, I want you to take a look because a lot of our math leaders actually create digital playlists. So they're excited because with science, you're going to be able to create that same type of playlist. So let's take a look at what this could be. What it could be is a collection that I've differentiated for that one student who was absent today. Oh my goodness, they missed the lesson, they missed the reading opportunity, they missed the hands-on. This could step them through everything that we experience today. There's that interactive, dragging to see what will sink or float and getting immediate feedback. Multimodal, so there's a collection, a mixture of just watching a video and then interacting and then a little quiz at the end. I wonder if they're at mastery. That's called a digital playlist. So if you are currently using Envision Mathematics, you have already access to creating digital playlists. For math, now you'd be able to create those same type of playlists for science. Is it easy to do that? So since some of you said you hadn't really done that before, I wanted you to see the ease of use of the platform you already have. And if you didn't know how to do that, it's okay. Because sometimes, anybody have a cell phone with them? Do you use all the apps on your phone? No, you use exactly what you need, not the things you don't need. So I want you to take a look at how easy it is to use our platform to make it adaptive for you. So what you're seeing is we can adjust and customize the order. Let's say the state or you decide you want to rearrange the order. It takes you less than 10 seconds to customize the order. Let's say that you want to scroll on down to topic of matter. And you want to take a deeper look into one of those lessons. See how easy it is to organize. There's my PowerPoint that we talked about. An opportunity to engage in all of your 5 E's. So I want you all to see how easy it is to navigate. And I can turn off the extra stuff. It's called the Fast Track button. You inspired us to now have a brand new button, and it's called the Fast Track. And what's really powerful about it is how many have uploaded your own content? Anybody upload some of their own goodies? Did you know you could upload and share and have a digital portfolio? So you already have access to doing things like this. And my final moment is selecting multiple items to create a digital playlist. Let's check off the video. That looks fun. Let's go ahead and make sure we have a hands-on activity. Let's grab the read about it. And this is exactly how we created a digital playlist. We just checked the boxes. And now we're hoping that you will be able to check the boxes to join us in creating more digital playlists. I see this gentleman raise his hand, but before I answer that, I just want you to know what's powerful about this is when I create a digital playlist, I can share with my team, I can share with my whole district. I have just saved myself from doing all this work alone. How many of you collaborate all the time and share stuff with your teammates? Would it be nice if someone on the team just pushed this out to the whole team? That's what you're going to be able to do when you partner with us. And then one last little nugget before we have all the extra fun stuff is I wanted you all to know that you have ability at each level, whether you're a coach, whether you're a teacher, to drill down and see those results. But the difference is now I can see my math and my science results, which you all had mentioned to me you didn't have enough time. So we want you to be able to maximize that time. All right? Did anyone have any questions or comments for me? Yes.
All right, so the one button you added, you took one away, right? That was the online resources one.
The online resources one? Well, that one we can share that feedback, but I think the reason why that one is not there actually is because the greatest feedback that we heard from our current Elevate users was, we need something that just, give me the fast track. I don't need all the extra stuff, and we needed that button. So can I please share that feedback with our product team?
I've got more feedback.
Any feedback you want to share, you can write it down on sticky notes, and I'll be happy to take it back. And I will let you know that I have no power, nothing. I can't change the product. However, I do pass the information on, and I've seen how we respond in real time to a lot of things that are benefiting all of our kids. So just so I can stay on track, can you write down any question that you're afraid that, oh, I don't want to forget that question, and that I can wrap around to you? Because I want us to dive into this lesson at a glance. We're going to start with that question, okay? That question that's really relatable, that question that's going to hook my students, like what is air? That is the phenomenon. We're going to follow that with the 5 E's. We're going to engage. We're going to explain. And so that would be in that teacher guide. So we're inching our way through. And so my job today is to take you through each E so that you understood what does it look like and feel like to be in the midst of a lesson. First of all, this guy looks pretty confident. I bet he's taking advantage of the PowerPoint that you will be taking advantage of when you partner with us. That PowerPoint below has some additional supports for each step. So these are lesson presentations which can be available in Microsoft PowerPoint or in Google Slides, however you like. And it gives you stepped out additional support. What are some of the first supports you see? Clear, concise, I can statements, insight on vocabulary, yes, aligned to Florida standards and benchmarks. Below the small part, this you don't see in the guide. That's because our current users that have our math PowerPoints said, we don't just want PowerPoints, we want the good stuff under there. We want the answer key, we want the benchmarks and the access points. We want everything it takes because sometimes we teach more than one block. Does anyone teach more than one group of students? Okay, a couple of you do. So now I could just make a copy and tweak my notes for the other class. Now I have big ideas that I'm re-emphasizing. And all of those big ideas have been pulled out for me so I can facilitate rich discourse in my science classroom. So these are download and go presentations, making your life easier. How many of you use PowerPoints right now? Anybody use presentations? How many type the little notes at the bottom? Imagine yourself tweaking those little notes at the bottom. So right now we're going to just have a little moment where we engage. And I want you to think, what would a fifth grader think after seeing this video?
What is air made of? When you blow up a balloon, you fill it with air. That air is made up of individual particles that move around very quickly to expand the balloon. When the balloon pops, those particles move out into the surrounding air. The smallest particles are called atoms. Atoms make up every kind of substance.
I don't think I did that.
The air you blow into a balloon is also made of atoms. How can you find out what kinds of particles?
I think I might have done that by accident. So we're just going to go on. One of the things we wanted you to draw from that moment is I don't expect students to know the exact answer in the very beginning. What I expect students to get is activated, get interested, get hooked. Because if I can convince them to be curious about science, I then can hook them into building their claim, evidence, and reasoning. So you're going to notice we have explicit instruction support. We've got over here the I can statements, the making a model, but we have over here making a claim. So it has to be a healthy balance of making claims and making models. So those are some of the things that we're going to see in those phenomenon activities. Now those are already printed because we want to save you time. So you don't have to go to the copier. Everything is already available for you. So we wanted it to be embedded. The claim, evidence, and reason are woven through the program so it doesn't feel separate. Sometimes when people teach things separately, students don't think of it as being connected to science, because they're not experiencing it in science, they're experiencing it as a separate little experience. So this is one way that we can address that by revisiting that phenomenon that we had in the very beginning of the lesson throughout the lesson. So at this point, I have another task for you to grab, and it is in your folder. It is a STEAM activity. So I am going to give you, this time I'll be better about timing myself. I am going to give you at least 30 seconds. What stands out to you about this STEAM activity? And it is a fifth grade problem. What is the first thing that stands out to you? Grab your sticky note and put a sticky wherever anything that stands out to you. And yes, you can feel free to talk it through together or by yourself. We're all adults here.
She didn't get a folder.
She didn't get a folder? She can have my folder. Swap. You need it more than me. What stands out to you? I heard someone say do not taste. We want them to engage in the lab safely. So we do have our safety precautions. Anything else? What else are we noticing?
Writing.
A lot of writing, opportunities to write, opportunities to process the information. Are the procedures clear? What is difficult about this particular lab? Why is this difficult? Why is this so rigorous? It looks simple at a glance. Is it simple? So if I could just bring you back to this STEAM activity on the screen, if we just start at the first chunk here, you will notice that we have clear, concise. I can is what it will say for K2ers. It'll say I can. But as we shift and they're a little more older, it's going to say you will. You'll notice that we're telling them what they need to know, but we're also giving them clear and concise procedures. Now, what makes this really complicated is that we are discussing something that's too small to be seen without magnification. How abstract is that for a student? Something that we can't see. We're teaching something that we can't see, the children. So we're going to need all the help that we can get, but we're giving them an opportunity to grab what? Some salt and some sugar. And what's going to happen when we grab the salt and sugar and we stir it in and mix it into that water? Anybody? It's going to dissolve. So it looks like to a student, what? Looks like the same to me. It looks like they're equal. Looks like it's the same thing. How is it different? How did you know it was different? Looks like we're going to stretch our students by giving them an opportunity to dig deep into using these steps to draw their own conclusions. These are the conclusions they're going to draw. They're going to have that sugar and water. They're going to have that salt and water, and they're going to decide, well, what happened before? What happened after? What happens before and after? Is one heavier than the other? Does one have more mass than the other? How do we know that? So what we wanted you all to do really with this lab is just understand that this is an inquiry-based approach that we're diving into, but we're going to guide you and support you. So I know for me, when I was first looking at the lab, I was like, I don't know what questions I would ask. I don't know how to set this up. I don't know how to bring this all the way home. But we are going to support you because the big ideas and the multiple modes are already embedded. We have the deepened support under the slides that would be projected. So we wanted you all to know that we're supporting you and getting students to a point where now they're going to create their own plan. And they're going to be able to create their own plan because we put them in an experience where they got to discover and draw conclusions on their own. They're going to write another way to demonstrate and draw those conclusions. So let's take a quick glimpse at what this could have looked like as I pulled this together as a digital playlist and then shared it across all of Okaloosa, all of my teammates and friends that are in 5th grade. So I start with that particles video. Still not sure what happened to our sound all of a sudden. What you're noticing is we're switching over into this interactive classroom environment. This is where the students get to explore and draw their own conclusions, but now we've shifted to gas bubbles, and we're inviting them to make and use a simulation. Because every single day, do you have time to do hands-on models every single day? Or would it be nice to have this investigative opportunity? Would it be nice to have an opportunity for students to capture their thoughts and you have a digital portfolio of those students? Do I have to use both this interactive lab and? I don't. I really want to know what's happening with my sound. What you're looking at on the screen is I have the ability to control the speed in which I read. I have the ability to control the language in which I am hearing this content being shared with me. Let's highlight that and let's translate that into one of the 100 languages that are available. So we wanted you to know that one of our unique options and components is the fact that we have that accessibility for the content you're reading. So students are not only just going to do an experiment. We don't think they're going to discover everything through this lab experiment. What we think is that they're going to have to read. They're going to have to learn new content. There's a lot of reading in science, isn't it? So how can we help them to be better readers? We have to give them tools to support them, especially if I hear that you all are saying more students are speaking Haitian Creole, more students are coming to you with other languages. Now we can take an interactive classroom environment and take our instruction up a notch. This is one way that we make the magic happen. Again, including Spanish and Haitian Creole. Earlier today, you said sometimes they need to experience a hands-on lab and sometimes they need a multimodal experience. They need to do a mixture. Some students need to do that mixture a couple more times. So now, because it's modifiable, I'll replicate that lab and give them another opportunity to draw those conclusions. So with our read about it, as you can see, I'm going to have more than one version. I'll have 2 levels, and then I have the accessibility level, which you saw. You'll notice we're reading about the different states of matter, and we're highlighting key and essential vocabulary. You'll notice that the technology embedded is increasing the student's ability to access that content, so that's support for every single learner. That is so weird because I can hear it over there. And now, guess what? If I've done a lab, if I had an opportunity to explore, and I've had an opportunity to read, and I've had an opportunity to engage in an interactive lab, I bet I have some new ideas. I bet I could explain a little more. Could I explain a little more at this point? Do I have the background to start explaining? One of the things that we want to do is we want to honor the universal design for learning. And that's by giving you multiple options and multiple ways to dive into that content. So you're noticing, and I have literacy support built right in. You'll notice I have a scale moment. You'll notice that we have a key idea slide. And what you can't see is I have all the questions that I need. I have all the details. I have all my differentiation embedded in those slides. Now I can help them start to digest how matter can be divided. So when we're thinking about those students, I want you to imagine that some of you nodded your heads when Ty said that there's some teachers who really aren't the same in terms of arriving with all that background and training. Some of them are lateral entry or come from another field. Some of them may be a long-term sub. Imagine that that sub is in there, but they have slides. And they have questions to guide them under the notes of those slides. Imagine that claim, evidence, and reasoning isn't treated like an afterthought, but it's intermingled into the platform and into your flow of a lesson. Imagine that you have, how many of you have to write lesson plans? You don't have to, or do you? Have to write your own lesson plans? So I see a few head nods. Those lesson plans have details for the fast track or details for things you don't want to use. So you can modify this however you like. And don't forget, you have your fast track button, and I will definitely share your advice, sir. You don't want to lose a button to get a button. And then, of course, we have our lesson review and reading checks. So again, this is a high-level view because I want you to see what do we have? What do we have built in that's standards-based, that's aligned to our standards? Well, what we have is that teacher guide. So many of you may just hang on to the teacher guide. I know some people just love to put sticky notes in here. But many of you will type notes and share those notes across your team because those notes are helping you do what? Emphasize big ideas, helping you facilitate different ways of instructing. The big ideas and explicit support, these are collections that could range up to about 20 slides. Doesn't mean I'm going to use all 20 slides. What they thought about is you have students you're differentiating for. I may not need this third slide that goes a little deeper. I may need every other slide. I may decide I want to modify those slides and embed my own content to make it realistic or local to something that's in my own neighborhood. So again, this is inspired by you, giving you strategies to help you address misconceptions, to help you when the students are confused about things they can't see. It's actually very hard for a student to learn something that they can't see. I can't see it, it's air. How are you measuring that? We dissolve the salt, we dissolve the sugar. How are you measuring that? One of the things that you see here is some of those examples of those specific notes you have at the bottom. You have your key, you have your nature science benchmarks, you have your access points, you have additional supports for your best standards application. You have effective ELD support. For your ELD students, for your ELD support, how many different descriptors should you have? Have you ever had a student that gets additional ELD support? Maybe they pull them out and you're saying, your English is so good, your writing is so good, why are you still getting support? Have you ever had this happen? That is because some publishers are going to give you not clear descriptors. There should be 6. So when I get to this point where I'm bridging and I'm exiting that program, people aren't giving them what they need to get the exit from the program. So what we are doing is we're making sure that we're honoring that and giving you what you need. We're giving you bilingual cards. We're giving you additional supports, assessment questions related to those cards. We're giving you all the help that you need. We're giving you effective questioning. Sometimes it's the questioning. So some people are going to give you lots of stuff, and that's okay. But you don't need to have lots of stuff. You can have one good, powerful question. You can have just a few questions that help you focus in and drill down those key ideas. And then you have the built-in support below the effective questioning so that you're masterful at it. Sometimes we want to reach students other ways. So in accessible in more than 100 languages, we do have games that match that topic so students can practice that key vocabulary. Sometimes we got to meet students where they are, don't we? Sometimes we have to shake things up and give them the opportunity to reach out and learn what is a chemical reaction. Pay more attention to the teacher when she's talking about that essential vocabulary. He's talking about that essential vocabulary. Because if I want to win this game, I got to know vocabulary. And so they're going to say, can I play this game? We're going to say, yes. This is one of our ways to motivate students. One of the ways we help you is that we help you to differentiate. Earlier, I talked about you having the ability to use our library. This is called a PDF annotator. It means that whatever I upload, students can interact with, but I also could use what's already built in, the summaries and checkpoints that I already have baked into my program. So imagine yourself never having a binder full of papers. Everything's just in your digital library, and you can share across with your team. Now we're able to elaborate. Students are able to come back and revisit that phenomenon. The ideas I had when I first approached what is air made of have changed now. I did a lab. I had an interactive experience. I had an opportunity to play and explore with that vocabulary and what it means on my game. I had an opportunity to maybe even go home and replicate this lab. That lab was realistic for families to implement right at home, wasn't it? Could you see parents saying, hey, feel free to do this lab from a distance, from home, to reinforce what we're doing at school? And of course, now that they've elaborated, I'm able to evaluate them with a little exit ticket. A sugar molecule is made up of the same kinds of atoms found in water molecules and carbon dioxide molecules. What 3 kinds of atoms are in a sugar molecule? Now my students are going to be closer to that level of mastery. And already built into that student addition, that student companion, this activity that you have, I'll have lesson review for every single lesson. I have standards aligned practice for every single lesson. And that helps me stay focused and targeted. And then, of course, I have assessments. I can customize them. I can use a digital, or I can use the print. Every single lesson, it's already there. And we heard you when you said, hey, we need it to be no extraneous content. So that's why this is a brand new program. And we brought in some key players for this brand new program. We brought in some brand new players like quizzes. Have you ever heard of that? So this is a unique way to engage our students and get them all excited. And I still need to know why my sound is, where is my sound? Oh, okay, it wasn't just with me. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. It was working earlier. But this is just a way to assess differently. So we want to mix things up with our students. And then at the same time, we need our data as teachers. So I can give them and put them in small groups. Well, you go take a look at my data. Let's just click on this topic. And what you can easily see is what standards you are teaching at a glance. That's called standard analysis. I can even pull additional resources. Question analysis, oh my goodness, what happened on question 6? Lots of red, lots of red. Student analysis. Maybe I have a parent-teacher conference. I'm working with this student one-on-one. I can just click to the right and see which problems they got wrong and really kind of analyze that way. And then this is our favorite. This is where we group our students based off of mastery. It could be 70%, 80%. I can even move those students around and assign additional resources. So we wanted you all to see that we're building in this support because we're thinking about you, and we even have what's called our Standards Progress Report. For those of you who just want to monitor how they're doing across all their standards. And then we can share, maybe any of you ever share students school-wide. Sometimes coaches or grade level leaders kind of do this. So people are using that ability to export the data for different purposes. And the home support is comprehensive. Not only do we have a call out for every single lesson and what you could do in the community, but you have your read about it in over 100 languages. You have your games over 100 languages. You have your personalized options, which you could reinforce and tell parents, hey, have him watch that recording tonight. It's going to recap what we learned today. And we even have some teachers who said we like to modify the PowerPoint for parents and tell the parents what pieces we want them to have. Because we don't necessarily want them teaching the science. We want them reinforcing what we're giving the students access to. So think about that pacing that you have with the 5 E's, and let's just go a little deeper. We've kind of looked at the fast track, but what we didn't talk about, if you were to grab that teacher guide, is that you'll see a blue plus sign. That blue plus sign is for when you want to go and do some deeper dives, some differentiations. I want you to know what that looks like. This is going to help me with my pacing, and you don't have to grab your book, but when you have time, you can kind of look deeper. And what you'll notice about us is K through 8, we use these best practices, K through 8, because we don't want to treat K2 different from 3-5. So I want to challenge you all. When you're looking at your teacher options and supports today from other publishers, look and see if it's different for K2 than it is from 3-5. Because sometimes we have teachers move from different grade levels. So it's nice to have the same flow, but most importantly, we want our best practice to be K8, don't we? So this is the same flow that we implement K through 8. We brought in some experts. Anybody recognize any of these faces? This is our Fab 4, and we have a former rocket scientist, a co-producer of the Mythbusters, a civil engineer, and you may recognize Dr. Tracy Fanara. And she's local, so she went out to one of our districts the other day and spoke. So I want you to know that these are people who are still current in the field. So some people say, oh, we're partners with this and we're partners with that, and their people are not in the field and have not been in the field in a while. So we're bringing these people to you so that you have the support and guidance you need for those standards. And you have videos to bring out and reinforce the topics you're teaching, no matter what grade level you were. We were first looking at like a 2nd grade level. And so she's local right here in Florida, reinforcing that content. So imagine your students having videos to support their struggle, interactives to support, accessible in all those different languages. And imagine yourself planning in an easy way. Being able to look ahead. What am I teaching now? How does this connect to what they did last year? When's the last time they touched that topic? And how did it look the grade level before me? And how does it look as they leave me? So I'm thinking about how it's organized, and I wanted you all to note that we made it as easy as possible. How many of you have time for another training? Anybody? So what we did is we want to remove that barrier from you. All you need to do is read your teacher background, get that support going with 3 or 4 bullets so that you can prepare for that topic. Any military families in here? Any of your students from military families? So sometimes we give up time to bring in our heroes. We wanted you all to know that we thought it would be helpful, since you were out of time, to sometimes help you to have an interdisciplinary correlation map. And what this is going to do is going to help tie in connections that are natural for science and social studies. So now the kids in your classroom can become a hero. We can talk about that, but it's related to something they're already learning. Forms of energy, actions on the playground, things that are relatable. And there are also going to be scripted, downloadable PowerPoints for social studies that tie in naturally for science. Even our holidays, so we don't have to give up those instructional minutes. We can somehow connect it all, highlight those people, and celebrate them without losing time, because we have the guidance and support for social studies and science. It would be nice to have those interdisciplinary connections. Do you feel that sometimes students are getting too much screen time? Well, one of the things we want to do is we want to make sure that we are giving them a different type of screen time, a type of time that just activates their interest and pulls them in. So what you're seeing on the screen, okay, I really need the sound. I really need the sound for that.
And a whole lot of sharks.
Okay.
White sharks, bull sharks, hammerheads, tigers, and blacktips all frequent these waters. It's a shark researcher's paradise. And one of the most epic shark encounters on the planet happens here each winter. The blacktip shark migration. We're about to join my friends on an expedition to investigate one of nature's greatest phenomena. We'll take to the air, dive underwater, and even enlist blacktip sharks themselves to help us collect data and unravel the mysteries about their great migration. On this mission, we're going to learn about shark behavior, the internal and external structures of animals, and how body systems, sensory systems, and energy work. We're also going to be engineering solutions for the technology and tools needed to get the job done. But before we get going, you need to come up with some questions and do background research. So start working on your questions, then grab your mission reader and dive in. Then we'll go out and find some sharks.
All right, you feel like your students will be excited to see and hear about different people in the field on the ground? So he is local to the area, so you'll notice that you're going to hear from him again.
Hey everyone.
He's
Sorry
live, a little message for you.
But, I'm here in the Bahamas doing some work and also trying to find great ways to bring science into your classrooms. You know, I am so excited to be working with Savas Science Explorations because what we're trying to do is bring real field research, in this case, shark research, into the classroom so scientists just don't read a bunch of facts. They can learn by being scientists and engineers because STEM comes alive when you do it hands-on.
So one of the things that we want to do is help you to have access to those moments, those missions. And so those missions, as you saw earlier, it's easy to embed into our platform, easy for the teachers, easy for the students. And then we even have a seamless integration with Canvas. Where are all my Canvas users? Do you kind of use it heavily? Not so much. So I never have to use the Canvas integration if I don't want to. However, the navigation is exactly the same. The only difference is you're seeing that I'm touching a little button that says import instead of clicking the button the way I did earlier. So we just wanted you all to note that you have that Canvas seamless integration, which you can share again across the team, across the district, and it has the same functionality that you're probably used to. But one of the things we want everybody to think about is sometimes I saw a lot of head nods when we said that it's not the science, but it's the what? The reading. The reading can be a struggle. So what if we gave you a correlation document with Benchmark Advanced so that everything was organized and you could follow the order of your reading? Maybe we could focus on reading and just switch the order of some of those science topics. So that was your driver. This would lighten the load, making your life easier as you plan ELA. Would that simplify your life a little bit as you plan? Those supports for ELA are built right in, and this is going to make it lighter and easier for those students so that you'll see read about it components, you'll see bilingual vocabulary cards. You're going to see all of the supports that deepen your understanding even of how to launch literacy support, but in science, related to science, comparing and contrasting. Literacy support should be built in. It's not a separate, it's not an add-on. So now what we've done is we've numbered in our tested grade levels, we've numbered these passages. Why do we number them? That's what we do in reading. That's going to be our support. Our students will be trained on how to go back and find that evidence. They'll be familiar because these reading checks in every tested grade level are already printed in that student companion. You'll see vocabulary already highlighted. Again, bringing in those best ELA standards. So what you see on the screen is this is what's really going to help our students the most. It is being able to pull them in and engage them in hands-on STEM stations. Give them those materials. How many of you have a kit somewhere, a science kit that's dusty? Anybody? Anybody know of a dusty science kit somewhere? We can release those students to design and create. In your folders, we did share with you a simple collection. Just kind of pulled a few where students are designing an instrument in kindergarten, all the way up to creating a fan in 5th grade. This is gonna pull in that standard, but help you shift that understanding so that they're building and creating, planning, redesigning, evaluating, and they're being a real scientist. So what you see on the screen is when students take that interstate exam, it feels like Mission Impossible, doesn't it? But it doesn't have to be. Not if I was actually doing these experiments, not if I was actually learning some of that essential vocabulary. This would be brought to life in my mind. In my mind, everyone in this room has the power to activate the light bulb. That moment that helps them to see that you personalize that just for me. You care about me. That student who said, can we do a lab every single day? Yes, we can. Every lesson has a lab. I might have to do it interactive, but we're gonna have a lab today. And when we work in small groups and they give you a headache, but you come back and you say, yes, we love you, we'll be back tomorrow. And yes, I'll reach out to your family and let them know there's a lab, they can do it again at home. Because right now we know that every student is arriving to your classroom already naturally curious about science. So our job here today was just to share a program with you that would allow you to build on that natural curiosity. My K2ers, they were already curious when they got to you. They were already excited and wondering and wanting and asking questions, maybe too many questions it felt like. And then by the time they got to 5th grade, you gave them what? An opportunity to build and to believe that they can do the impossible. So I want to personally thank you all, trying to help shift this from Mission Impossible to Mission Possible. And our team would be incredibly honored if you'd allow us to help you in any capacity that we can, to kick you off with success, to give you a login so you can go in and download and explore on your own. You already kind of know how to navigate our platform, but we'd love to partner with you and we'd be honored to be able to contribute to your mission. Thank you.
And we have a few minutes for questions, so if you do have questions. And by the way, the login is inside of your bag too, so it gives you step-by-step instructions. If you didn't take a photo of it, you're more than welcome to use it for. And also, I know Brian's probably got the digital access he can ship out to everybody too. But questions?
I have a few.
Okay.
All right, so we have Savvis right now. So my question from my group was, what's new that wasn't in the current one, and what's removed? Particularly that one button. One of the problems I have, or one of the hurdles I have when I'm using your platform is we'll be doing something digital and then it'll pop up like, here's a worksheet. And it's like, well, what paper are we going to use? What printer is that going to come from? And why did it pop up after something digital? So when I saw that one button removed, that's where it was just going to be even more difficult to use now, because it seems like a lot of your stuff pops up like it's a worksheet, not from one of the books or from the platform. So what's new, what's removed, what's added?
We'll get you kind of a rundown of exactly what's in there and what we have removed, and I'll get it to Ryan, that way he can shoot it out to you. I don't know exactly, lesson by lesson or anything to that effect, but we'll get you a rundown.
But definitely the functionality is easier in this platform because when I was toggling the old one, the Elevate one, it was harder and more difficult. So there must be some internal upgrades that you can imagine for the new platform.
Yeah, I know on there that some of the icons are digital and some of them are just.
Yeah, some of them mean certain different things.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, that's what I was gonna
PDFs
ask you, is like-
and interactives.
In the math, we have to assign activities like our quick checks and stuff. Is that gonna be the same with this as well?
Yeah, you could assign. You have the ability
When I
to.
go to get my math, like my results, my student results, I have to scroll down and down and down and down and down. Is there any way to put it like a search button?
Yeah, there's
So we
definitely.
just put the search in there and.
There's a more simplified way, but I feel like because you are current partners, technically, if you all need someone to like send a little video clip or something that for math or a math specific question, we could get you that answer. You just have to communicate it.
Do you have to do the same thing?
No, you don't have. You could technically rearrange or reorganize your platform. You just may not realize that you could have. It's okay. That's a great question. So you have the ability to reorganize.
My experts then, because I don't.
Yes, in the back.
Everything that the student can do online, any type of assessment or practice, everything has a read aloud function.
Everything has a read out. Every read aloud has a read aloud function. I would have to.
Every formative assessment or summative assessment?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right now. I don't want to tell you something wrong unless someone else
Yeah, we
would
don't
know.
know exactly if every piece has a read aloud function. Again, that'd be something we'll have to really dive into to get the answer.
We would like it to have a read aloud.
You want it to have a read aloud
Yeah, that
function.
to the other question I had to get back to us on.
Yes.
I'm jotting them all down for you right back here, I promise.
Can you add to it? I know currently if I want something in Spanish, I have to assign it, but it looked like something there might have toggled.
Yes, there's ability to toggle, but I believe there's
On
still.
the student end?
Yes.
Okay, so that might be something that's changed from the current version.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would have to look into, people are requesting they want us to have the ability to like turn or something on. So sometimes when there's an idea, it hasn't hit the ground yet, but it was definitely a request, so it may happen to the product.
And we're getting cut off, so if you do have questions later on once you're reviewing, just give them to Ryan, and we'll be happy to answer those for you. We've got y'all's, and we'll get back to you on that.
And
Thank you, guys.
and the only thing I need is that little bag.
Thanks,
Just that
Savis.
one little
Two quick items just before we wrap up for the day. Well, I want to thank Savis. Again, if you have questions, you can email them to myself or Miss Ellis, and we'll get those answers for you and get them out to the group. So after we finish up today, your two action items are this. The rubrics and Ed Credible, you'll complete those on the presentations you saw today. If you have any kind of tech issues, you can reach out to me. If you have curriculum questions, Miss Ellis can definitely help you with those. The deadline to submit everything will be February 15th. And then February 15th, we'll be back in this room. I can't remember the exact time. I think it's 8:45, but don't quote me. On February 15th, we'll come back together here, and that's when we're actually going to do our ranking process, okay? And so, for example, I'll say Antioch, and you'll say publisher A is number 1, publisher B is 2, 3, and 4, okay? And our goal is to narrow it down to the top 2, okay? And then we'll talk about the next step in the process on the 15th, okay? So right now, just complete your rubrics by February 13th. I'll pull the data, we'll look at it, and then on February 15th, we'll come together back in this room, and then we'll rank our publishers 1 through 4. Yes. Just you. Yep, just y'all. Yes, the 15th will be a full day. The meeting will not take a full day, but we give you a full day. Just twofold your time and effort. We appreciate, we know it's a lot of work. So it's a little mental health day for you. But also, it'll give you time to prep for the next step of the process, which will be your school vote, which we'll talk about on the 15th. Okay? So right now, just rubrics, and then be prepared to rank 1 through 4 when you come back on the 15th.
Back there.
Yep.
I gotta go to the restroom.
Sure.
When you say 1 through 4, is that matching up with the evaluations?
Does not have to.
Okay.
Does not have to.
4 through.
You're going to tell me your preferred 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
We can have like a discussion together on the 15th.
Yes.
We can
Yes.
talk together, ask questions, just share opinions, and I saw this, kind of get each other's time together.
Two questions.
Yep, fire away.
All right, so Pearson creates our math test at the end of the year.
Mhm.
Does this company also do our science test at the end of the year, or is that a different company?
Now that I don't know. I can't speak accurately on that one.
Like the needle lasts the same type of life.
Right.
From the banks, so it's kind of like,
Correct. Any other questions on action items before we get you guys out of here?
So talking to the other teachers who've done textbook adoptions, they have told me that they've gone through all of this and been told that something is too expensive.
Yes, okay, good point. Yep, somebody asked a good question. So, and this is on me, I forgot to mention this part, okay? So as we go through this process, I'm gonna go back a couple of years ago, if you remember the math process, when we had everything ranked out, we were taking it to the school board for approval, and the state came in and kind of did a rug pull on us, and they said, oh, all these books are not approved, okay? So what we do is we rank them out. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. and then the school votes dictate number 1, and then our backups are 2, 3, 4, okay? So once we rank them, we kind of take a step back and say, all right, state of Florida, what are you going to do to us now, okay? And then we wait on their final approved list, and then that's what we take to the board for adoption, okay? So for example, if Publisher A is our first choice, and the state comes in and says they're not going to be approved, okay? That I don't know. Those are conversations I'm not part of. So at that point, our adoption or recommendation will be Publisher 2, okay? So be very, very clear on that. If it's not state approved, then we do not take it to the board for adoption, okay? Now, that being said, 9 times out of 10, what we select is typically approved, okay? This is usually more of a high school issue when you get to the upper level sciences. Most of the publishers work with the state to get approved through that process.
That day that we give you our rankings, are all elementary, middle, and high school there that day?
So you guys will meet first, then middle comes in next, then, yeah. So you guys could have a totally different publisher than middle. Yes. Correct. Any other questions on that? So yes, pending budget and finances. So that's when we get into that process of, okay, what can we afford now? And that's when Ms. Ellis and I go and try and do battle and scrape together some funds. So. Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Any other questions on action items for the 15th? Going once, twice? Thank you. Seeing none, y'all have a great afternoon. I know it was a long day, and I appreciate your attentiveness. It was great questions. Thank y'all.